Yay!
Facebook is live.
Nice.
Feel free to give an intro to your YouTube.
Hello, YouTube. Here we are in Echo Park. Going to do another live stream from Echo Park. We'll be here about 4 hours. And it's just the beautiful Echo Park here. What else is there to say? I could play theme music, but yeah, you don't need that. You're good. Oh, obviously, I'm here with Reed, as usual.
Yes, hello.
And Kimberly. Kimberly is over there quietly holding space for us.
Check my Twitter. Sweet. Looks like we're go.
So just before we went live,
Do what? I think we're live everywhere. Let me check the audio on Twitch to see if anyone on Discord can hear, and we can hear the Discord. Just say something. Talk to someone on Discord.
hello, if anybody on Discord would like to unmute, let me know if I need to unmute you.
Hello.
I would love to. Hello, yes, that's good. That sounded
Echo
good.
on my Twitch.
Speaking, thank you.
I hear an echo on my Twitch.
What's up, Redding?
Got an echo on the Twitch, eh? Okay.
Testing again. Still have an echo.
Hey, Dolly.
Don't
Hello,
think there's an echo
hello.
with Discord audio, just our audio.
Okay. Good
Whoa.
to know.
We're doing interviews.
Yes.
Any opinions on those?
You guys are doing interviews?
Yes.
Why?
For modeling how to have good conversations without annoying people. That's part of it.
This is interesting. Is it the questions that you have on top or?
Anything you want. Those are really just suggestions to get things started. But it's
Still have
anything
an
you
echo
believe.
on Twitch.
And I just wiped
Wait,
those.
I think
so
it's
they
good
should
now.
be clean for you.
I forgot my mask.
We have masks.
Sounds good now.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Get her another one. No, it's dirty.
Yeah, we're good.
I've never seen this when I walk the park. You guys usually out here?
We've been in different parks. This is our third time here. And I think we're going to be here on Tuesdays and Fridays for a while.
Hello.
Which do I get to choose or?
Choose what?
A topic? Sure, yeah, you can grab one
Could
or,
be from there, could be from your own mind.
yeah, just
Wide open.
Are there more than two genders? Ooh, controversial.
oh yeah.
Like that's when people exaggerated? Yeah. Physical is how the voter fraud problem? I have a lot of problems. I'm sure that's one of them. I want you to surprise me with the question and I'll talk about it.
Okay.
If I know much about it.
Very good.
Yeah, the audio is much
just say
better.
yeah.
Grab a dice.
Much better audio. Great.
One,
Yeah, audio
Should I put
quality is
these
much
on?
better.
Sure.
Yeah, that way you'll hear.
Wire on your left ear.
Yep.
or it doesn't really matter?
Oh,
Can you hear me okay?
COVID
Yeah, I can hear you.
exaggerated is what the dice told me.
is COVID-19 being exaggerated?
Yes, that's what the dice
No,
said.
it said our deaths being exaggerated from COVID.
Oh,
You could
100%,
say it
yes.
like that.
We can talk about that if you want.
Yeah, so I frequent Santa Monica Pier a lot.
Well, may I get your name? First
My
name?
name is Brandy
Brandy. Cool.
with an I.
With an I. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I record? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And just speak in the mic as close as you can.
So I strongly do believe that the deaths from COVID are being exaggerated.
Okay. Can you hit the GoPro on the top there? The record button on the top of the GoPro. There's a red on the top, the other side. Right.
Did I hit it?
I hope it's on. There we go.
Okay.
Cool. Sweet. All right. So, how's it going, Brandy?
Pretty good, and you? It's a beautiful day
Yeah,
in
good,
LA.
Can you straighten the mic towards you a little bit? And tilt it down a bit, maybe.
Like that.
Perfect.
Alrighty.
Yeah, do you come to the park often?
Not as often as I'd like to. It's pretty close to where I live, so I think I might start frequenting walking.
Cool.
It's pretty.
Yeah, I love it. Getting the swan boats out there. Start getting a few there.
Nice little workout.
Yeah, it's probably a good calf workout or
Quads.
Quads.
Yeah.
Quads. Awesome. So you picked the topic, are the deaths from COVID exaggerated? Cool to talk about that for a little bit?
Yes.
All right. What do you think? Well, I've got a little confidence scale here. If all the way to the right is absolutely yes, they are exaggerated, or all the way to the left is no, and you have one there, where would you put your current confidence about this claim?
All the way to the right is no.
Is absolutely yes.
Oh,
And all the way to the left is absolutely no, or any fluctuation of confidence.
okay.
Okay, fairly confident. Okay. And what are the reasons that get you to that level of confidence?
That the deaths are being exaggerated is because basically America, what I believe about this country is that it only cares about the ka-ching. And I know that these hospitals get at least $30,000 per COVID death that they claim. And I was at Santa Monica Pier about 2.5 weeks ago, just going through the perfume aisle. And I struck up a conversation with a sales associate there. And she told me a personal story how her best friend's grandpa died in the hospital. And the hospital called her now deceased family members. And they asked if they could document his death, even though it was like other problems. They literally asked if they could document his death, that he died of COVID. And I wasn't even shocked. I was like, oh yeah, I know. America likes to exaggerate. You see that all the time in mainstream media, how exaggerated America is, especially living in California, the land where, there's always eyes on you. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I know that this country, it basically operates like the way that it wants to. It doesn't really care about its people per se as much as it would say it would. I do believe that there's a cure for every strong illness, like cancer, like any type of cancer. I believe that they have the cure for it already. It's a multi-million-dollar business, and they personally aren't affected to these people dying from these diseases, so they don't care. They're living lavishly while the American people suffer. Like, if you honestly look at people in politics or in high positions, I just believe that if it's not concerning them personally and they're benefiting financially off of the death or harm of people that they don't even care about, of course they're able to fake a smile or do crocodile tears, whatever they need to keep making more money.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool. So let me just repeat back what I'm hearing you say just to make sure I'm getting it. I think a few of the main reasons are the financial incentive for the medical industry. For example, you had a personal experience where you heard someone's family member died in the hospital, contacted the relatives to ask if they could count that death. That was not a COVID death. He did not have COVID, I assume,
Uh-huh.
but they wanted to count that death as a COVID for some type of financial reasons,
Yes.
because they would possibly get more money from
Mhm.
some from the government if they counted more COVID deaths for the
Yes.
hospital, get more funding, therefore they get more of a lavish lifestyle, the doctors or the medical industry.
Mhm.
And and COVID is one example of a disease where we already have like a cure for it and cancer as well. There's just like a financial motive from the medical industry.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Oh yes.
Okay. And let's wonder about how we could figure out if this is actually the case. What's a way to test this belief in your mind? What's something we could learn or find out to shift our confidence one way on that confidence scale? Anything that could raise your confidence if you learned or find out?
Find out if the deaths are being exaggerated or not.
Yeah, anything else you could learn that could raise your confidence? What's an example of something that we could figure out?
Mm, I don't know, because I do know that it's very deep and it's very dark. And me, a civilian by myself, I do believe in Jesus Christ. So I have power in that sense. But taking on this amount of darkness by myself to try to find the truth, I can't do it by myself. If other people realize that, okay, in a way we are sheepish, in a way we do eat a lot of whatever the mainstream media puts on our plate, we eat it up, but each individual has to discern it as true or not. So basically, I do believe that it's a real disease, because I do know that man can create deadly viruses. I've seen it happen before. Um, and again, I just think it's just a distraction or a hoax, or they're trying to cover up something darker that may be going on. And just concerning like how sinister like people could be with money. I do see it like in the church as well, also like with these like mega churches, and they're asking people to give them like all their money, and then the pastor's living in like a multi-million-dollar mansion that he knows his church people are funding, and then what are they doing? Are they giving it back to the community? Are they even giving it back to the church members? So just seeing the gross misuse of money and different areas of financial or in different areas of institutions, I'm always skeptical whenever like something big breaks out or something major happens. I'm like, okay, is this like really happening, or is somebody somewhere just getting the money? Because
Yeah.
that's what it feels like it's all about now. Just people.
Oh.
So cute. It just feels like it's all about money nowadays.
Yeah, when anything really bad happens, like a crisis, like for example, the COVID pandemic, you feel that someone is probably making a buck off of this, like possibly even creating the disease itself in order to get money, get wealthy.
Or distract us,
Or-
like set the stage for something bigger that's going to happen. Like maybe this is just like not a simulation, obviously, because I do believe that people are dying from the disease, but maybe they're just seeing like how well the people listen to basic mundane things, like can they wear a mask every day whenever they leave the house? Can they social distance from each other? Do they know how to stay apart? Like
testing the compliance level of the population.
yes.
Who is testing the compliance of the people?
The elite.
The elite.
Yes.
Who is the elite?
I would say basically everyone in government, but I don't believe everyone in government is that high. Essentially, like anyone and everyone who's part of NWO.
The National World Health Organization?
No, New World Order.
Oh, the New World Order.
Yes.
That's a thing? That's a real thing?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, wow.
100%. They could do whatever they want. They can get away with things like Epstein Island, if you know anything about that.
The New World Order has something to do with Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Or he was part of New World. He was a part of the New World Order.
Okay.
obviously, because do you know anything about his island?
I've heard some things.
Yeah, I can't even speak about it. It's that sinister, that dark.
Uh,
So,
so going back to the original claim of
Mhm.
COVID deaths are being exaggerated, your current level of confidence is there. We've wondered about a few reasons to be at that level of confidence. What are some things we could learn or find out to shift our confidence even slightly lower? What could we learn? What could be the case that we could find out to make us a little less confident about it being something that's exaggerated?
I feel like if it hit me personally and the people that I knew around me personally,
Yeah.
Perhaps that way I would feel more confident about. Again, I do believe it's a real disease, but I've never gotten it, and I wasn't even following like the mandated things like wear your mask. I wasn't wearing my mask at the beach whenever I would go. Being in large crowds, like I was going to church. There's a church in Chino Hills that's been open since the pandemic, essentially. That I was frequently. That was a large crowd. I never got COVID, even though I got tested 3 times. So.
Okay.
I never got it. No one around me has ever gotten it. So I guess it just feels a bit, I don't know the word to say, but
Exaggerated.
yeah, so I can't really answer that question, I suppose.
Okay. What I'm hearing you say is if you got it yourself or some of your close friends or family got it and possibly even got ill or even if someone died, then you would be less confident about it being exaggerated. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, but then I've also heard the stories where people are telling me, yeah, like the hospitals, they called asking if I could exaggerate the death for whatever reason. Because, had the hospital had just done it, written that their grandpa died from COVID and they knew that it was from something else, that's a lawsuit on their hands. So the fact that they called to ask, like, there's something more going on, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, there could be some corruption there. Well, any other thing about this, Brandy?
Nope.
All right, well, cool. We'll probably be here every Tuesday and Friday. We'd love to continue to have conversations with people.
Sweet.
And we'd like to give one of those little squishy pieces as a gift if you'd like to take one and come back and get the rest at some point.
I'll take red.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
That's fun.
You like it? Cool. Thank you. Read. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Would love to continue conversation with Brandy at some point.
My devices here.
We got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whew. Let me bring up the Discord chat. If you are listening on any social media, feel free to go to the SE Discord, and I'll chat with you there. I'm not watching any other text chat. I'm sorry. Come on. Cool. Yeah, FK, our producer, is probably relaying some comments from social media. Did you hear any of that?
Did I?
Yeah.
Yes, I heard all of it.
Okay,
I
good.
heard the whole conversation.
Wow. Yeah, feel free to post the SE Discord link on all the social media chats. Yeah, I've been away from Los Angeles mostly this summer. I left mid-March and got back around 2-3 weeks ago. And now I'm back out in the park trying to do this safely with Dolly from Juggling Lessons channel. And yeah, it's still a little rusty. I'm trying to get back into it. That was an interesting conversation with Brandy there.
Yeah, doing just fine. Good reflection there.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to reflect back, build rapport.
Yeah.
Did a little bit of defeasibility tests up and down. I tried to start with up to see if she could hypothetically come up with something, and then she went into a whole different area of topics.
It exploded. It exploded.
It exploded. I'm like,
yeah,
wow.
yeah, that was okay then.
And then, yeah, tried to have a disconfirmation question at the end there. And then I think she was done.
Yeah, yeah. I'm beginning to wonder if someone ends up going into multiple levels of introducing new things in order to get to a reason for the first thing, if that's almost as good as aporia.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't have feedback on that one yet. I'll learn as we go.
Yeah.
Especially if I get some feedback from people where they say, you know, I went down this path with you, and then the next time I talk to them, things have changed a lot.
Mhm.
That change in whatever direction is the measurement for me, not which direction.
Near asks, what if something comes up that seems more fundamental than the original claim? I believe X because of ABC and because of, I believe, Y. Should you remain focused on X or pivot to Y?
I think that's a rapport. I think that's a rapport question. If you want to make a lot of progress with somebody, pivoting to Y is probably a great place to make the progress. The question of whether or not they will follow along with you is a risk. So it's a cost benefit over the risk ratio.
Yeah, if COVID is exaggerated because the New World Order created a disease to test the compliance of the population, should we go into that claim?
Right. Is that the claim that you're 100% on? It can go down a long path. Yeah, it can be quite a thing.
Maybe. I doubt that's a reason. It's probably just a rationalization.
From their perspective, what's the difference?
Not much.
Free water. Yeah. Stay hydrated, man.
Yeah, I just bought one at the gas station and left it. Forgot to put it.
Oh.
No.
A lot of people typing.
Yep. But that was interesting.
Yeah, that was fascinating. Yeah.
My camera's a bit low.
Low angle, low height.
There's like a foot of headroom, and you're like at 6 inches of headroom.
I can easily adjust my pitch, and you can easily adjust your height. Unfortunately, your pitch is all the way down.
Maybe that helps a little bit.
Okay.
Not too much. I wish I could pitch it this way.
Well, we kind of can by canting the.
I have another one of those mounts.
Yeah.
I put the mount on. Let me see. That could work.
Yeah, if you've got an extra ball mount, that's the thing that we'd be missing.
Let me grab that.
Okay.
Right here. Feel free to chat with people.
Sure. Was she poking holes in her own anecdotal evidence? Yeah, it did seem like that. It seemed like her evidence, instead of actually going to a direct, real thing in the world, and then she went to things that would be much harder to demonstrate, kind of almost unfalsifiable in some cases. Would you like me to do that unscrewing part? I'll grab it.
Maybe just this off for a moment.
Sure. I have to keep this part screwed on because it'll unbolt the whole piece. So you're going to do a side clamp, or yeah? Yeah, I had an interference. I thought it was cross-threading. No, I was touching on the other side. Okay. So now. Probably. You also.
All right. Nice.
Oh, okay. I see what we're gonna do.
Sweet.
Right off the front, like yay. Yeah. No, we're free to pitch up and down. Where do you want to go? It is closer to you, which I like a little.
Yeah. I need to pitch this way a bit.
Pitch down.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I see a looseness. Fix that. So say when?
Keep going. Keep going.
Down,
Up.
down,
Up a
down,
bit.
down, up.
Okay. This. There. Go back. There. Right there.
Yeah.
I think.
Gonna jostle too much.
Now let's go this way. There we go. Good.
Hand that way.
See what it looks like. Much better.
Okay. What are the odds that they would be the first person? Well, they kind of were the second person. Before we went live, we had one of the local homeless people sit down and talk to us. And we did not choose to do SE because he was talking a lot about his experience with suicidal ideation and a few things like that. And so Reed chose, very wisely, I think, to just do deep listening and reflection and that kind of thing. So I thought it was really good. I would love to review that later. We don't have the live stream for that, but we do have some GoPro footage from that one, as well as the mixer audio to record from. So Reed will probably be able to make an edited video of that one.
Maybe a good one for our Sunday review stream or something.
I think so. I'd really love to hear Eric or our friend does the podcast back in Maryland, the Being Reasonable podcast, Mark Solomon.
Oh yeah.
Eric or Mark Solomon would be the people I'd ask first.
So you should be hearing better audio on the streams now.
Good.
Let me listen in and see what it sounds like.
Good. And I'll have to give you an audio stream that will not break copyright. So I can't hardly think of much of anything other than maybe the scales that don't have copyright. La 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 la. La 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 la. I swear that's a scale, sort of. I can sing Mozart. Good point. Somebody show me some Mozart or Beethoven. Oh, can I sing Beethoven? I don't know.
Yeah, sounds much better.
Mozart. If you speak to a leaf, you're talking to the tree. One. Good. Nice. Indeed.
Check Twitter.
Hungarian dance.
Hello.
I'm not remembering what that sounds like. I probably need an example. A reminder of what that sounds like. Westminster chimes.
Clock.
It's 1 o'clock. There are the local chimes. Boom.
Are the topics still relevant? Interesting.
I will go check.
What bird is that? Let me go. Come over here. Or there we go. Yeah, here's our topics. Are there more than two genders? Are deaths from COVID exaggerated? Does the U.S. have a voter fraud problem? Could probably phrase that better. Should the U.S. still use the Electoral College? Is the current level of lockdown worth it? Should the U.S. have universal health care? Those are our topics at the moment. Feel free to give any feedback about those. Change the wording. Maybe like, was there voter fraud in the general election? Was there enough voter fraud? What's the question? I guess the claim is, the election was stolen from Donald Trump is a claim I've heard. Because of voter fraud, that's a reason. I guess we'll just keep that for now. It's more open. Does the U.S. have a voter fraud problem? Yeah, it's pretty open. Yeah. Did voter fraud make Biden the president-elect?
Ah.
Did voter fraud influence the election result?
Influence or shift? Change?
Yeah,
Did voter fraud change the election result?
that's a good question.
That way it's not toward one side or the other.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. If you know math versus considerable negligible, that would work. Yes, you do.
Yeah, in between conversations, we can chat with Discord.
Yep.
Audio or video.
I'm going to move your sunshade.
Okay. About to get sunny. Yeah, a little bit.
And I'm going to take a bathroom break.
All right. Those ice creams are looking appetizing. Get one later. I see someone trying to talk, but I don't hear anyone on Discord. I'm not sure what the problem is there. Oh, it's a bug. Okay. Can someone on Discord test this?
Testing.
Oh, yeah, I hear someone. Do you usually try to make the question open-ended, or do you sometimes make the question more specific for a more relevant and well-known topic? I guess it depends on the topic. I don't want to have a question that kind of reveals a partisan position on my part, or just kind of triggers a emotional response. Ideally, I want it open, so they could be like they use the confidence scale to answer.
Oh, good.
Are we back? Okay. We have a noise gate. Ideally, maybe is that a Discord thing?
I do not have anything like that in place. I do not have a noise gate on my mixer. I understand, and I know what you mean. I agree, and I do not have one.
Someone says the audio cut off on Twitch too. Strange.
Yes, I do. I neither have a compressor, expander, or sound gate or noise gate on my mixer. It doesn't have those functions.
Probably gremlins.
Make sure that cable's not strained or anything.
Cable? Oh, this one.
Okay, we're at 72% on this one.
Is that bad?
Shouldn't be a problem. That just means that we've been running for almost 2 hours. We would probably get through to the end of the day, and if we get below 50 something, we'll swap it out.
Okay.
87% here. 86%. 98%.
We have some people here.
Pretty happy.
Just unhooked us.
What?
Just the speaker and I probably just interrupted my power.
Oh no. How's our volume over there? Oh, over.
Oh, I gotta reset it.
We were set.
71% on the ultra wide. And I'm suspecting that battery wasn't at 100 when we started. Please, go ahead. Especially if you'll do it just upwind of me.
Sorry?
Especially if you'll do it just upwind of me. I like it better. I don't smoke. I only steal my wife's cigarettes sometimes.
That's the best way to get around it, right?
Yeah. I haven't bought a pack of cigarettes in years for myself.
That's a good habit.
How long do we usually wait for people to stop by? Recently, hours. Seems in the time of COVID, people are even less willing to sit down. Testing. Let me see how our echo sounds. But it is audible. Testing. It sounds better. Hello.
So somebody drew a creepy smiley face in Photoshop. I think that's okay. I think we are quite tolerant of such input. As long as it's safe for work, I don't care what you do to me in Photoshop. And I got out there and start hawking people.
Yeah. But says, yeah, I think you need something more attention grabbing in the signage. Yeah, we've got the free water there. We've got the topics. We're gonna think of getting one of those triangle boards that you can put on the sidewalk and have a sign on both sides. We'll have that maybe next week. What should we put on that sign? Juggling lessons, juggling. Anthony sign.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We do have disinfectant wipes on the table and other things.
And I took them away from in front. They can
Okay.
be front.
Any opinions on these topics here for an interview? Interview Kimberly. Oh gosh. Ugh.
Free water. Stay hydrated.
If we're going to hold something in person, get people to sign up for time slots in advance. You mean like getting people in person to come here, meet us in person, or to have people online, like on standby to talk with? That would be ideal. How would we sign up people to come here in person? Where would we find people to schedule in advance? We don't have a mailing list. Just have my card with social media links to. Okay, another good scene would be half this camera and half the Discord chat. That would be another good scene to have. People can see what I'm talking to. Yeah, the Discord chat. Half my camera here, half the Discord chat. Maybe mine on the left and the Discord chat on the right. Screen capture it or something. I do have a meetup group, but it's usually, SE people wanting to SE the public. If you're listening on social media, come to the SE Discord. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's pretty much a definitional claim, and even if everybody agrees, it really doesn't change anything in the world.
I don't know if people want to be part of a video via chat. Oh, you don't? Would that be a problem, people, on Discord? If I showed this chat with your username? That'd be nice to have. If you don't want to be seen, don't chat. If you want to say something, just DM me. Prefer we talk about it before we make a final choice. I mean, I'm relaying what I'm seeing on the chat. I'm not saying who said it. like I'm reacting to pictures and stuff, and it'd be nice to be able to see it.
Maybe there are ways to just highlight the content and not the usernames.
Maybe.
Or maybe a specific post. That seems interesting.
I don't see the speaking graphic or talking. Fine, but can someone on Discord say something to test this graphic?
Test.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
vampires are cannibals on a
FK
juice
says
diet.
it's
Yes.
not present on the ultra-wide scan.
It's not present on the
No?
ultra wide. We have that
Nope. Yeah,
option.
it's not here. Yeah.
strange. Maybe we can troubleshoot that. It is. They are ordering.
My
Oh.
longest SE
It
was
works
3.5 hours.
Yeah, just put the speaking above the ultra wide camera. That should fix it.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. Interviews.
Free speech. Free interviews.
Hmm.
Oh, there it is. It's in a random spot. Can you put it above the little bench over there? That'd be cool. Yeah. There you go. Nice. Free short interviews. Some interviews. We are in the, recording, live show text channel. Make it a policy in this channel, for chatting that might end up on a live stream somewhere. That's not a rule right now, because it'd be nice to be able to see it. Oh, can I get my just Mr. Nice scene working?
Woohoo! Change my mind. Yeah, absolutely. I see you on Discord. Bring it.
If anybody on Discord wants to come on and claim, you can do it that way too.
I don't know if you guys answered to this. My audio cut out. Is it harder to maybe crack conspiracy theorists as they claim to have a bunch of facts to point out via website and YouTube? And the facts, some conspiracies have been real. I'm not sure about cracking conspiracy theorists. I've had very little traction, but I've also noticed that most conspiracy theorists have a theological bent. And if we talk for a good long time, it's going to end up coming around to that. So it's hard to say.
No.
I also think a lot of the things that happen in regards to critical thinking happen when the person's alone by themselves between a linkus. Yes, cracking an egg, nice. And so I'm blind to a lot of it. I only get a little bit of it because sometimes I get repeats. On Discord, I get a lot more repeats than in person.
And on these topics.
Pay people $5 to think with me. No. Oh no, this would not work with a profit motive.
How you guys doing?
Hey, JCC. We're
Hey.
doing great. We've actually had two
Good job.
conversations so far. That's pretty cool. Free water.
I missed.
Thank you.
one. Nice job on the first one, Reed.
What do you say?
He said, nice job on the first one, Reed. And I
Oh.
don't know whether he was referring to the one before the show or the first one during the stream.
Probably the first on the stream. Thank you.
Yeah. Free water.
Got a few here. Hello. We're doing some interviews today. Any opinions on these topics? We'll be here all day.
We'll see if we can reinforce them when they come around again.
Yeah.
When
True.
I hear free water, what's the catch? Free water plus free speech, only package deal. Free water. I'm going to get out of the chair.
Okay. Pretty steady foot traffic. Or something. Interviews. Maybe. Los Angeles. Yep, we are in Los Angeles. Echo Park. Wait. Huh. Doo-doo-doo.
Something about the distance between my nose and my mouth. Touches this map. Sorry, my nose to my chin.
Yeah.
My nose to chin thing. Right.
Hello. Keep popping. What else could we be doing in the meantime? Yeah, feel free to join, Joe. A good scene would be just this camera, my camera, and a Discord camera. Like a two vertical.
Guys, this is Joe.
Hey, Joe, I think I hear you.
Coming through okay?
You're a little low. Might just be me.
Nah. Looks like you got some people coming by today.
Yeah, there's quite a few here. Just takes a little more to get people to sit down in the COVID times.
I'm telling you, you got to wear costumes. Put on a toga or a lobster outfit. Talk to a lobster.
So I saw you have the SE bot project going now. You bringing that back?
Yeah, we've been off and on. I keep having to work, so I can't get too much done on it, but I am kind of back on it now. Hopefully we can get some more traction.
What do you want the end product to look like for that?
Something that people can interact with. That, I mean, I don't have a high bar. I just want something that has the possibility of sometimes getting people to doubt something. And I figure if it can do that, then that's a beginning and makes it worth it. Even if it's people look at it and go, oh yeah, this is just a robot and I'm gonna trick it, and well, that's fine. But if it actually somehow gets someone to stop and think for a minute here and there, then I figure it's a success.
Okay.
It's what I've got now is written in Node, but we're gonna probably start using more Python. Agapios.
Did part of the tree just fall down? The twig
Again?
Part of the tree that we're next to just kind of fell in the middle of the sidewalk.
Oh.
We just removed it.
It's a sign. Yeah, if anybody has any experience in machine learning, feel free to let us know and help us.
Well, it'll be that kind of natural language processing type of thing.
Yeah, that's the goal. First bit that I had success with was basically just a simple neural net that would attempt to identify between several likely reasons for why someone believed a single specific thing. And it worked fairly well. So I'm going to continue with that.
Are there any APIs for other natural language processing services?
There's lots of APIs out there. Yeah, that's why we'll probably have to start moving to some Python because most of those use Python. But we have a lot of work to do in terms of collecting data and tagging data. That's probably the biggest problem right now. In fact, anybody can help with that. You have to have large amounts of data that's been carefully categorized so that we understand what the text is saying or what it means so that we can then train the neural net to recognize those.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yes, it is. But if it works, it'd be pretty cool. I see a text from Scott. It's not. The problem is not translating speech to text. That's sort of a separate bit of.
I assume you'll be typing with this thing.
Yeah, to start with, because it's probably. I mean, that's sort of an entirely independent problem that isn't really related to the core question of whether the machine language system will work. But if it does work, then that would be the kind of thing we would add on.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's more the semantic content, not just the raw text itself, that is of interest. Maybe you need to put some water out for those dogs. People always stop to let their dogs drink.
True.
I think stores do that sometimes at storefronts. They'll put a sign out that says, free water for your dog, and that gets them to stop and look in the shop. And brings in business.
Yeah. Looks like more and more people are signing up for the swan boats.
Yes, Scott, that's entirely possible, and
My ringtone, but not my phone.
we could do that, but there'd still be a lot of work
Time for an interview.
in flipping out the relevant parts and tagging them. So, although we'd have a stream of text, it wouldn't really be in a form that would work very well for training. It would have to be cut into the questions and the responses, mostly.
All right. Get up, bye.
I will. Yeah, Ragnar is saying that YouTube automatically generates transcripts. Yeah, they do, but like you say, they're not really high quality. And I'm not sure if I can even get them. Is it possible to grab the transcripts from someone else's video?
This battery can charge my iPad.
Yes, someone saying it would be difficult to delineate between the SD and the IL. Yes, that's exactly right. That would have to be done, and that's even just that is quite a bit of work. Who all have you got there with you, Reed? Besides Ollie.
Dolly's wife, Kimberly.
Just the three of you there.
Yeah, just us.
Is anybody guarding that
audience?
That camera, that far off wide shot camera? Is somebody making sure that doesn't get picked up and walked off with?
We're fairly close. We got our eye on it. It also has a GoPro and GoPro and a phone on a tripod with a battery taped onto it. Yeah, but I think it's Wi-Fi hotspotted, so they can't go too far. Right.
I hope she's having fun today. Discuss looking for a family.
Hello.
Yeah, somebody's asking if I want to plug the link. Of course, yeah. You can go to the. There's a new channel in the SE Discord server called SE-bot. You can go to and you can read some information about that, and also what we're working on. Yes, thank you. There's a link. There's also a separate Discord server where we do most of what we're doing.
I think some bird or duck or something. Sounds like that. I think we have that exact kind of duck from the emoji. Got the green head. To So sad to hear Alex Trebek died. I think Starship serial number 8 is about to static fire. That'd be a cool thing to watch.
What?
Sweet. Any opinions on these questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Wow, that's awesome.
Maybe Dolly could ask those questions as people go by. You know, do you have any thoughts on X?
Yeah, maybe I'll switch out with Dolly. Want to switch out? You can chat some. Static fire video as well.
Okay. Oh, nice. That's great stuff. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Huh? We're going to tilt this up a little bit. Just going to cruise through the scenes and make sure I understand where all they all are. Ultra wide. Looks like that. Yep. You can see. Oh, you can almost see Kimberly. There she goes, walking into the scene from the edge. Okay. Face-to-face read style. Okay, good. 3 vertical. With that, we would throw a one in the middle if somebody wants to speak to us on Discord. Wide plus face-to-face. Oh, I like that one. I do. I'll make the guest blank. Cool. Did you see juggling do the benediction? You mean like a bum 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 thing? Not intentionally. If I did, it was probably just some kind of a juggling move that I was doing. Yeah, want to do SE, Daddy? Oh, that'd be great. The one with two fingers like this? All right, stop a ball on the back of my fingers. Yeah, I don't formally know what the benedictions and things like that are. So if I try to do it, I do it wrong. Yeah, tell Reed to show some leg to entice some talkers. Yes, I'll pass that on. I don't think he'll be very keen. Thank you, Hell's Bells. Yes, I'm glad that that this is useful to you in practice with the RFR.
It's Dolly with his birds again.
Yes, that's different birds. Birds like me no matter where I go. Yes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, but they'd be all this suited to live off a boat, so they might want to leave and go somewhere. No, actually, I don't really see that as a big deal. Uh, the we had bantam chickens before we had a boat. Maybe that's not true. Kimberly tells me that is not true. That I was already living on the boat when we got the bantam chickens, and we decided to have them move with me. Yes, we had a neighbor who was moving away, and where they were moving, they were not going to be able to have the chickens. So that's how we got Miles and Carrie. And then after a year or so, we decided to let Carrie. Carrie really wanted to lay some eggs. She got very broody and patchy and wanted to lay some eggs. So we decided, all right, fine. And she had R2 and 3PO, brother and sister. And 3PO lasted about 9 months or a year or so. And she had some kind of thing and died of it. And R2, her brother, did just fine. And when 3PO died, we decided to bring in a few new hens from outside the flock so that we wouldn't have inbreeding issues. And then R2 and Miles lived together for like 18 months without fighting, but then eventually the whole roosters no longer being able to get along together became an issue. So we moved Miles and Carrie, the original two, back to our land house, and they are our land bantams. And then I have R2 and I and Sigma as our boat bantams. Pi and Sigma are sisters. And they also had another sister named E. With small birds like that, if you raise them from an egg, you have about a 1 in 2 chance of getting an adult bird. They have a very high infant mortality rate. And then if you raise them from a hatchling, you have about 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4 of getting an adult. Perhaps try a library. I look more like an Orthodox priest. Huh. I don't know what Orthodox priests look like compared to unorthodox priests. Generally, what would be the worst question to ask during an FT session? Yeah, as Kimberly says, how do you hold so many bad opinions in one brain? Something like that. Anything where you're directly challenging the person, like, who do you think you are to have opinions like this? Or has it? Have you throughout your life gotten feedback that your opinions are daft, stupid, and ridiculous? Those would be really bad questions to ask during an SE session. Hmm?
Might be frozen.
Okay. It still looks good, so let's reset it. Up in the left high corner, you see an X. Yes. And now click on that latest link. Well, actually, make sure it's the link that says guest. You might have to cruise back a little bit. Look for the latest guest link. And then it will ask you to define the front or rear camera. You're probably familiar with this layout. There you go. There's almost nothing there is a thing you can do on the bottom. On the bottom where it says the gear, yes, and scroll up a little bit, and exposure up to 0.833 boost. Okay, FK is saying maybe we don't need the exposure boost anymore. Kimberly, would you sit in for a moment and let us check the exposure boost on your fair skin?
Mask?
You're doing, yeah, on your fair mask. That'll work. Yeah, it's better brighter. Yeah. One notch up. That's it. That's the one I want.
Yep, our friendly duck's still around.
And we are so tech that Reed on his extra device, on his iPad, has the Everyday Astronaut streaming the second static fire test for serial number 8. And if any of that confused you, don't worry about it. It's just geeks enjoying rockets. And if you don't know what Boca Chica is, today's not the time for me to get you into it. Oh, yes. Yes, I do have that kind of beer, no doubt. Mana. Oh, no, definitely. It would, yeah. A gorgeous sunny water-filled park has disadvantaged you, yes. But that's okay. Gotta go someplace. Yeah, a library, a bit enclosed, no doubt. The beard's usually long, okay. Oh, yeah. Did you always look this fat, or is it just a recent condition? Ouch, yes. The grass is overexposed on the guest camera. Yeah, you're right. I will knock it down one notch. Now it's back to up 8.3. Yep. Yep. Q to avoid those that dive really deep into instead of exploring the epistemology. Really deep into what? Okay. So if you're trying to get details of the belief without getting into the why, you can lose yourself in too much. Yeah, that makes sense.
We got handouts for that. Maybe we bring some more.
Yeah.
Or she.
Yeah, that's a she. With that kind of duck, they have very distinct male and female coloring difference. But she's right here showing the purple patch on her wing, which is a conscious choice.
Get her food.
Yeah, she's showing off as much as she shows off, and it's about the way she folds her wingtips to expose that glistening purple green patch.
You have time for a short dinner?
Kimberly just asked a passerby, "Do you have time for a short interview?" And he said, "No, thank you." That's the shortest interview he could have time for, I guess. It is not in the best interest of our country to make false claims for fraudulent voting. Interesting. What are the harms, JCC, of making claims that voting is fraudulent? And are the claims harmful if they're false, or if they're true, or either way?
Hey, Dolly, it creates
Creates
a
a lack of
big
trust.
lack of trust in our system.
Okay. If the system is trustworthy, I can see that it's bad to create a lack of trust. If the system were not trustworthy, is it still a bad thing to create a lack of trust?
It's a bad thing to make false claims.
Okay.
That's just a,
So the damage is when the claim is false.
yes.
Okay. That makes sense. If somebody had a true claim of this, would you be open to it?
Of course.
What kind of evidence would you like to see in order to believe a claim about fraudulent voting?
Presentation of the fake ballot or the corrupted ballot.
Okay. So you want some direct actual evidence showing that it's a problem, and I'm assuming that means you would not be okay with just hearsay.
Exactly. Some
Yeah.
transparency in the process to, I guess, further show confidence of the security measures they have.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So if trust in our voting system is eroded, who wins?
Nobody, really.
Hmm.
I guess maybe the party who now in office, possibly.
Maybe. It seems to me like if they have a clear motivation of why they're doing it, they would think that they would win from doing so. They would gain something. And it's a little hard to know what they would gain if it wouldn't actually change the results of the election, if these claims would have no teeth. Though I can imagine that for some people, for them to lose would be different than for them to lose because the other side cheated. They could believe that they had, in fact, won. Something like that.
Yeah, if it did change the result, yes.
Yep. Oh wow! I have.
You've gone
rainbow
digital.
Puke. I have gone completely.
Rainbow puke.
This is called rainbow puke. Is this something that I reset on my side? Oh, it reset on your side. Good. Is that something that you did, or did it just come around to creating another? Yes. Okay. So I'm interested when it goes rainbow unicorn farts there. Is that something that I can be helpful in resetting on my end, or is that something I leave to the streaming computer to reset, or do we just let the video stream itself reset because it will? Yes. Okay. So we're just waiting for a new keyframe. I can live with that. We're doing free speech today. We've got a seat right there for you. She don't want to.
Free seat.
Free seat. Yeah, free speech seat.
And freeze video.
Howdy. We're doing free speech today and free water.
Okay.
Sure. Howdy.
How you doing? My name is Pete.
Hello, Pete. Thank you. Got fish there. Cool.
You didn't know you were getting into this.
Oh, I was totally ready for that. I can accept that. Did you get yourself snagged? There you go. Hello, Pete. I'm Dolly.
I'm Don.
What's that?
Don.
Don? Okay.
No, you said your name is Don.
Dolly. D-A-L-I.
Oh, like Salvador.
Yes, if you put the headphones on, I can hear you much better.
Okay.
Or actually, it's the other way around. Hello.
Hello.
Now you hear me real good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you turn this down a little bit?
Yes.
How many channels is that?
6 input plus some like instrument feeds.
That's pretty cool.
So by some way of counting, something like 12 or 8, depends on how you count.
Yeah.
Is the microphone good setting for you?
Yeah.
Good. So in street epistemology, this is what we're doing. Oh, by the way, we're on live stream. Are you okay with being recorded and live streamed?
That's fine.
Good. In this this is a conversational method where we ask you what you believe. We ask you for the reasons why you believe, and we just take you down on your side without arguing from an alternative position.
Yeah, that works.
Cool. So tell me a thing you believe.
I believe in math.
Oh, cool.
I believe in faith.
Okay.
I don't know if I can believe. I've never seen it, but I trust. But I think I trust it.
Okay.
I believe LA is really cool.
Okay.
I believe I voted right.
Okay.
I believe.
With math, it's not very controversial.
Yeah.
So we get very quickly. LA is cool. Again, not very controversial. LA rocks.
Okay.
Faith. And the other one. Could you define faith for me?
I really don't know. I mean, I was raised Catholic.
Okay.
11, 12 years.
Okay.
And since I moved to LA 10 years ago, I've had the opportunity to meet these people. You know, they just talk. And I actually broke my back when I came here.
Oh, wow.
All I had was documentaries. And I watched a bunch of them. I watched all this. I watched Gilgamesh. And I seen a lot of things that correlate. And I also, I'm looking at Jesus and God, and there's no way that he could have done that. That's the Catholicism, Christianity was made for the upper echelon to control the masses.
Okay.
I believe in Jesus, but I think why would Jesus kill his son, his children? He didn't kill Aaron.
Aaron. Isaac? Abraham? Isaac?
Isaac.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't kill him.
Right.
And that's what I was told by a man from Iran who studies all these codices and all this other stuff.
Yeah. If you talk to the Muslims, they will actually put Ishmael in that role with Abraham on the mountain.
Yeah.
They just see it slightly different.
I don't believe in the pyramids.
Oh, you don't believe in the pyramids?
That I don't believe that we made them in the time frame we did.
Interesting. How do you think they came about?
I really don't know, but I mean, we don't know how they did it. But we go into the main Khufu pyramid, and they find, on the outer walls, it actually had like cells, and they find water stains, they find barnacles, they even found a sea cow in there. They said it was made to be waterproof for something.
Oh wow! the structure itself was made waterproof.
Yeah.
Okay.
They said, I mean, some of the people, like lay people, said it was made in 20 years, and this is how many stones they are.
Okay.
It's not possible what they did 20 years to make that. But we have to put one block, but it'll be more like 40 to 50 years. Harvesting, 150-ton rocks from another country just to make the pyramid.
Yes.
We can't do it now.
So the time it would have taken to harvest the blocks is more like 50 years than 20.
It's correct. Plus, 3 months out of the year they have a rainy season, and the pyramids were close to the Nile, and they wouldn't have been able to work in that.
Okay, so they would have only been able to work during part of the year, and it would have taken them 40 or 50 years if they were working the whole year round.
Yeah.
So maybe it takes 70 or 80 years.
That's possible.
Okay. If it took 70 or 80 years to get one pyramid done, does that change anything?
It changes. I mean, actually, it changes everything.
Okay.
I think there's a bunch of stuff that we know as a civilization, but we don't want to address publicly because it's going to change our history. Our history.
Oh, do tell. Like, what would be an example of something that would shake our foundations or shake our world if we knew them?
In the Bible, there was one of the sons of Adam was Enoch.
Okay. Yes.
They found a statue of him with another name. I forgot his name, but he was one of the high. He wasn't part of the family, but he was just like a scholarly person, so high they made a statue of him.
Okay.
A Jew in Egypt.
Of Enoch.
Enoch, yeah, it had a different name. Enoch was supposedly said in the Bible. It doesn't have much on Enoch. He rose to God and went.
Right.
And then there was Methuselah and and Noah.
I tried to read the book of Enoch once, and it was so confusing with the way it was. It was like we only had some parts of it. It was, and that's not one that's in the usual Bible.
Yeah.
But it's made reference to a lot in the Bible. That's why I was interested in reading it.
I was watching. I don't know if maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but they were talking about they putting the King James verse together.
Yes.
It was 500-600 years ago. It was against the law, illegal to have to read the Bible. So they came up with the King James.
Oh, yeah.
And they put all these submissions were put in, and some got accepted and some were rejected. I think they accepted the one that fit the Catholic Church the most. They had the Gospel of Peter, which was totally way out there. They even found the Gospel of Jesus, which said there's salvation within you, within man.
I'm trying to remember the Catholic versus the Protestant. Was that something? Yeah, I think Martin Luther was well before the King James version of the Bible, right?
It could be.
There was a big split between the Protestants and the Catholic by the time they wrote it in the vernacular.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that much. I'd like to find. I can go find out, but
yeah.
But I don't. I mean, what happens to you when you die? I mean,
well,
I don't know. I'd like to know.
Yeah, I don't think I have. Asking you personally, I don't have reason to think that anything happens to me other than it's a lot like before I was born. I think what happens when I die is I become 100 kilograms of rotting ape meat.
Okay, but is there anything like come out of your body like a spirit or?
I don't have any reason to think so. I've heard a lot of people say so, and if they have good reason to think so, I want to understand it.
I mean, it confuses me, the Bible. Sometimes it says, this it makes sense, and it says this it doesn't make sense in our what do you want to call it? Our community today.
Sure.
And it's I forgot what I was going to say, but it's just really hard because I see so many incongruencies.
Okay.
And what's going on? And then I look at the Catholic Church.
Yes.
What they're going through. And in the Bible, God said, I'm going to be a jealous God.
Yes.
You're my people.
Yes.
I am your God. I am jealous.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
I remember this in Exodus.
And so.
Somewhere between chapters 16 and 20 for some reason, but I don't remember exactly.
And I don't know what to believe.
Yeah.
Because there's so many good people I see. What are going to happen? What happens to them? I mean, see a a pygmy tribe, never ever,
Right.
seen a human.
Uncontacted tribes. How can they? What is it like for somebody who's never ever heard? Do they get a pass?
Well, I don't know. I mean, give yourself 10 years on Discovery Channel or history.
Yeah.
That'll do it. But that's one thing I want to believe there's something after afterlife.
So if you want to believe there's something afterlife, so let's see if we can find reasons to believe in an afterlife. The Bible, you say, if it has incongruencies, could it still be largely correct and have some errors?
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't have to take those incongruencies and throw the whole thing out.
No.
Because it doesn't have to be perfect to have some real in it. So what in the Bible leads you to an afterlife? I guess because it says so.
Jesus goes to Joseph of Arimathea's tomb after when he died, and 3 days later, the stone was rolled. He was gone.
Okay.
And he came back also to talk to his disciples and gave them tongues of fire.
Okay. Did he come back spiritually or did he come back physically?
I don't know. I think it was both.
Okay. Does that indicate that we have a spiritual, non-physical extension of our existence?
I think so.
Because he said so?
Well, I don't know if he said so or not, but it's just everything we were taught.
Okay.
Be a good boy. Don't do this, and you'll go to heaven when you're.
My memory of Jesus is that he definitely said we can join him in heaven if we are saved.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there good reason to believe Jesus was correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Even if
is it the resurrection is the good reason to think so?
I don't think he died.
You don't you think he didn't die?
Yeah.
So maybe the Muslims are correct.
Yeah, there's
But sorry, I don't mean to change the subject.
That's okay. Some people say that, during the crucifixions, they took him down after a certain amount of time, whether dead or not. They said Jesus lived.
Okay, so this could be a swoon or a coma theory, and of course, at the time, they weren't any good at pronouncing death.
Yeah,
they could have gotten that wrong. Okay.
This just takes me down the rabbit hole. There's
maybe.
And I remember reading in the Bible, it said, God's like, I don't want you. You don't go to the sports. And it doesn't say it, but I was told you don't go to fortune tellers. You don't go.
Right.
Don't go to Bali buying all these masks or
right. Now we're talking 1 Samuel, and also Leviticus has rules against not suffering a witch to live, and don't go see witches, don't you see diviners. And then I think Saul went and saw a diviner and got punished in 1 Samuel.
Okay, was that Saul that became Paul or Peter?
No, this is in the Old Testament. This is Saul who became king before David.
Yeah, you know a lot. You know your Bible.
I used to be a Christian. I grew up in a fundamentalist missionary school, and then from 2000 through 2007, I was a Jewish convert.
Oh,
so I studied a lot of the Bible.
Do you have a Pentateuch?
I have studied the Pentateuch. Okay. I'm sure I have a copy of it around somewhere.
I've always wanted. I'm not Jewish, but I have friends that are, but most of them are just not. They don't go to the temple. I don't. Sometimes I think about the Jewish church.
Yes.
Do you go to Gehenna when you die?
That's one of the things that's said. The Jews, though, don't see the New Testament, and it's not clear in Jewish scripture that there's even necessarily an afterlife. Some Jews believe in a reincarnation. Some Jews believe in an afterlife, but they don't have a scripture that mentions it. The Old Testament doesn't ever mention either hell or heaven or an afterlife.
Okay.
So that's a New Testament notion, so the Jews are they have a lot of different opinions, but they don't hold any of those opinions as like dogmatic or theological necessarily.
I gotta say that the Torah.
Yes.
When they found the Dead Sea Scroll, they found all these, throughout history. They found like the Gospel of Mark, Gospel of Luke, and they've been different.
Yes.
But they found the whole Pentateuch many times or a couple of times, and it was
Dead Sea Scrolls,
word for word.
Yeah,
the Dead Sea Scrolls.
And
I wonder how that could be. It's just like
how. Oh,
I don't know. I think that goes on, and I think about like the leaders of the churches, and
Yes.
they just seem to be like, some of them to me don't seem to be very scrupulous.
Does so
Benny Hinn?
Yeah, okay, Benny Hinn, sure. I'm familiar with him with the faith healing and like throwing around and slapping people on the forehead and they fall over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. I don't think he makes Christianity look very good.
No.
I think his healing record is quite poor given the claims he makes.
Oh, God. I mean, I don't know. There's just a bunch of, I don't know what I see, but I don't know if I'm supposed to judge a person like that or not. You know, Jesus says always look the other way. And
Okay.
be a nice person. And I'm trying to be that these days.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
But I mean, I don't go to church.
Uh-huh.
I just be the best I can, and I try to be nice to people.
That's excellent.
But
I really like that plan.
But sometimes I make a mistake,
Mm-hmm.
and I gotta own up to it.
Yeah. We're all human.
Yeah.
It's okay that we make mistakes sometimes, especially if we can learn from them.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I always told myself I wanted to get into Gilgamesh. There's Gilgamesh, and then there's who's after Northern Iran. I think it's
Okay. Gilgamesh is a story from 3,500 years ago.
yeah.
About a king who then goes after eternal youth.
Yeah.
It's part of the story. And there's also a flood story that's very similar to the Noah's flood from about 1,000 years prior, except the boat was square.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a worldwide flood. It was more of a local flood. And, somebody was taking his animals to market and then got caught up in a flood and got washed way out to the Mediterranean Ocean, that kind of thing. That was the flood of Gilgamesh. It's a little bit different.
Have you ever seen a movie called The Man from Earth?
The Man Who Fell to Earth, David Bowie?
No, The
No.
Man from Earth. It's
Man
about
from
this.
Earth.
It's a guy is a professor.
Okay.
Every 10 years he moves.
Okay.
It turns out he's lived for 14,000 years.
Yes.
And when he goes, he's leaving his college and he's having a farewell party.
Yes.
Drives late. He starts answering questions in first person that he's been to.
Oh.
And at the end of it, he says he's Jesus.
Oh.
And this one, a professor in religious studies, like, you can't be Jesus. It turned out, he did all this stuff. He moved from France, walked, he went to India. He said he studied under the Buddha.
Okay.
That's a good deal. Went north, like Italy with the Etruscans.
Okay.
He left there and he went to Israel, taught people some good ways to clean and make food and prepare. And he knew a way to slow his heart.
Okay.
And I don't believe, that's totally fiction, but it's, I don't know. That'd be a big one.
Yeah.
Sometimes I go, is that homeless lady that looks beat up? Is that Jesus?
Yes. The first thing is I'd have to understand how somebody could be someone from the past. Is that a reincarnation? Is this a revisiting? How did that happen?
He just lived. They said perfect.
Just haven't died.
He hasn't died. Perfect
Okay.
regeneration and recycling of his food and organs.
Okay. So immortal person.
Yeah.
Okay. Immortal person. No problem. Okay. So from the audience, somebody has looked up the IMDb, The Man from Earth from 2007.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I will maybe check that out later. JCC says Pete is awesome. Hell's Bell says I like Pete. He wins a gold star for wanting to be a good person. Yes, good morals there.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very good. So yeah, thank you for having this conversation.
I was fishing. I was looking down. I was like, what's going on? It's like, okay.
Yeah, we're doing a conversational style where we ask people about the reasons for believing things, and we try to not push from a different perspective. Just hear them out.
Yeah, I could be totally wrong, but if I live a good life and be nice to people, I got it, and I'm wrong. At least I tried.
Yeah. Well, totally. That's the best we could hope for.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm going to throw this a couple times.
Thank you. Enjoy that and come by for water.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Appreciate talking to you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye, Pete.
Dolly.
Yes, Dolly. D-A-L-I.
I'm going to carry this instead.
Do we have a bag or?
No, that's okay. I got it.
Okay.
And if that's a fish and divide it.
Puzzle piece, yes. You see the 3-color puzzle piece?
Yeah.
We'd like to offer you one of those
Okay.
as an obvious bribe to have you come back for more conversations.
Are you going to be here?
Yeah.
I'm here every day.
Great.
Yeah, I'll do it. You
Sure.
don't have to give me one of those,
Okay.
but I'll take
And you're welcome to it. Yes.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got all that copyrighted.
Copyright. Well, sort of, kind of.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. I did that whole thing in the wide F2F scene. It never occurred to me to shift scenes to anything else, but I think it worked out. Let's see.
It's
Go
a
to
good scene.
ultra wide so you can see the setting that we're in.
Did you establish a claim?
I did not manage to establish one claim. When I attempted to ask, I asked about faith. I asked about a couple of things. I asked for a couple of claims, and each time he turned about 70 degrees away from the claim and went off in a different direction. But yet he continued to make some kinds of claims and continue to go along with explaining reasons why, and then started asking me questions. And I don't want to retire from that. If he wants to switch it around and ask me questions, I want to be willing to do that. I think we had a good conversation about why and how. It wasn't very formal SE, but it worked. Hey, we're doing free speech and free water. It's a package deal. No, I'm kidding. You can have either one. Yeah, we're doing interviews.
You get to pick your own topic.
You don't have to. Those 6 are just suggestions. You can have any topic you like.
It's like really cool. I'm gonna water.
Yeah. Yes, Joe Anderson, we will address that. Somebody remind me after this next IELTS. I think we have a couple of people coming in, and we will address role-playing an answer to IELTS question after these people. Here, I'll do the wiping. You can.
So fix the sign and I'll.
Do you have time for a short?
Okay. There you go.
And we switch up the idea.
And the sign. Oh, look at the sign.
I like the are the more two genders, the depth of COVID, and the lockdown measures.
We had our legal a lot more political. Yeah. Now nobody wants them. Yeah, so I guess they was in it enough.
Yeah, I'll do the. I guess are there more than two genders?
That's a fun one.
Whoa. Do you want yours?
What do most people say?
Sure.
I will bring it.
I'm curious.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hi, everyone.
My name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Do you want me to put the mask on or anything, or?
A mask, please. Yes,
Yeah,
if
for
you
sure.
If you don't mind.
My bad. Yeah.
Cool. Just to be extra safe.
You want this adjusted?
I think it's fine.
It's about right.
Cool. Feel free to. We just sanitize the headphones for you.
Okay. How's it going so far?
Good. I think we just did, but you can do it again
okay.
if you want.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Perfect. And can I get your first name?
Christian.
Christian, gotcha. All right. And you wanted to talk about, are there more than two genders?
Yep.
Do you mind if we record? Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
We're also live on Twitch and other social media.
Cool. Can I ask who you guys are?
We are just regular people trying to practice this thing called street epistemology. It's a way of having conversations, a way of really exploring a claim, something that someone thinks is true, by mainly asking questions, hearing people out, listening, and then helping people reflect on how they came to believe whatever they believe, using more questions and other things like that. It's really just a nice thing to do.
That sounds dope. Yeah. So I think the reason why I chose also the two gender one, because you hear it a lot nowadays too. You know, growing up, you had man and woman, male, female, X, Y, XX.
Yeah.
Sorry, Y, right?
X, Y, XX.
There we go, XX. And only until recently, when I got into college, you heard multiple different types of genders. And then it got a little bit interesting too. You know, I think Facebook said there was over 76 types of genders, and now recently it's went from a spectrum to a universe.
Went from a spectrum to a universe.
Yeah, from where you fall on the gender scale.
Okay.
Which I always thought was pretty interesting too. But personally, I believe there are hopefully maybe I'm able to change my mind, but there's two genders.
You think there are two genders only?
Yeah, and I think when we look at gender and sex, obviously we know for sex it's more biology, and for gender it's more socially constructed. But what I always find interesting, and the reason why I heard this from a neuroscientist, is that while they are heavily correlated, because about 99.9% of people are their biological sex and gender, you only see a small percentage for what do you call it?
Intersex?
Not intersex, but for someone transitions. Yes, transgender people.
Okay.
So you see a small spectrum for that too, and many neuroscientists argue that the way we react also relies heavily on our biology, our DNA, our chromosomes. So for that, just to reiterate from what I've heard, would be major reasons why there are only two genders.
Yeah, we're trying to find what is gender. What is like the best definition of gender?
That's a good question.
Are there different definitions, and what is the best definition? Like,
from the one that I've been told many times is just that gender is just socially constructed.
Socially constructed.
Yes.
What does that mean?
You know, I've always wondered what that meant too. From my understanding, it's basically your environment plays a huge role on how you act based on your gender. But
the environment.
Yeah.
Like the social environment.
Social environment too. So if you're raised a certain way.
Okay.
More masculine and feminine, you're gonna probably play more into those roles, which I always think is such a very loose definition, because I feel like it can be interpreted in many different ways too.
Okay.
Just because I feel like one was the our gender is not really based on I mean, we act a certain way for a reason, right? We don't act we might want to change ourselves. It's not that easy, as we all probably do know from most self-help books too. And a lot of what we do comes from who we are and the DNA we got from our parents, both 50-50 from a man and a woman. So I think it's pretty interesting when you hear that gender is socially constructed. The way we act in society is mostly based on, I mean, from what I was told, comes from our DNA.
The way we act. Yeah, like what I'm hearing you say is our DNA makes us the way we look and stuff, and the way we physically, are. Does it also impact the way we act in terms of like our gender, and whether we are more masculine or feminine in our actions? Is that something that happens, do you think?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. And is it mainly our genetics, or is it also part of a social influence as well for gender? Is it nature versus nurture, or a mix?
I mean, I think that's a good point to bring up too, where it comes from our influence. Because let's be 100% honest, if we grew up with a more masculine father as a result too, we're more likely to grow up similar to him, being our role model and everything. We grew up with a more feminine mother who's more dominant in the marriage, then for a fact that you kind of like lack that masculine role model too. So I think but for the most part, what we really act on is just based on ourselves.
We just act on based on ourselves, what we think of as a good way to act based on our own reasoning, or what do you mean by that?
I mean, that's a good question. I think when it comes to our own reasoning, obviously we can be influenced by other people. I'm not doubting that too. I'm just saying for the most part of where we're how we're constructed, and a lot of things that we do and we do want to take up, do come from, I would, from what I was. If we're gonna be more masculine and those aspects.
Okay. So I've got a little confidence scale there to your right. If all the way to the right is absolutely yes, there are only two genders, or all the way to the left is absolutely no, there are not only two genders, there could be more or something. Where's your current confidence about that right now?
I would say mostly right.
Okay.
Like I said before, I know this is such a cop out too when people say this. I'm not an expert.
That's fine. We're just thinking about it.
But I definitely feel like I'm not informed about this. I also did think this would be more of a discussion and stuff, but
that's cool.
I also from what the things that I've read in before, I do believe there are only two genders, but I'm open to seeing another argument that really makes me doubt myself or makes me disprove that, like, maybe they know something I don't.
What would need to be the case? What would need to be true in order for us to shift our confidence the other way towards maybe there could be more than two genders? What would have to be true for us to find out?
That's a good point. I think one of the things that kind of turns people away from like being able to accept this is that when you hear things like ice gender and when you hear different things like you're more of an animal as a result too, or you feel like I remember I know that's not such a cop out too, but you do see certain people, I'm not gonna say all, because you see certain people they do say that they're not a gender, but they're more of but because they feel more like a certain animal, that's what they want to be identified as. And I feel like that kind of makes people just think is this real? Like,
can someone just identify as another thing besides a human and actually be that thing?
Yeah, that's actually the best way to put it.
Yeah, can people do that? Does the way someone identify actually change themselves in some fundamental way? Is it like? I guess it's depending on what you identify as.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I identified as like 6'5", I don't think I could be actually 6'5" if I identified that way. I can identify as 5 years old and actually be 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
But with like gender, is that a type of thing we can change our identity around and actually then does the definition of gender allow for that type of difference of identity? What do you think?
Nice question. I think going back to the definition we had previously that I mentioned before, that gender is socially constructed, you can see why people would say that their gender is, identify as 5 years old, identify as a certain animal, identify based on this feeling of being angry or sad or cold or hot.
Yeah. So what could we find out to make us be very sure that there are more than two genders? Any way to test this belief at all?
That's actually a good point. How would you test that?
I'm still not clear on what gender is. If I have more clear idea on what gender is, what type of hypothesis could we come up with that we can make predictions about the future?
Mm-hmm.
Like if there are more than two genders, then we would expect this to happen, or we would not expect this to happen, and then we try to see if those things happen.
Mm-hmm.
And if they do or don't, then that would give us weight on certain hypotheses. But I'm still not sure what gender is. Is it? You say it's socially constructed,
mm-hmm.
and that means it's influenced by society.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, that's what I've been kind of heard on college campuses. So that's kind of just what I'm reiterating from other students that gender is socially constructed and sex is more biology, and which I feel it's a very loose term that is socially constructed because it brings up the interpretation of you can self-change your gender, that it's a choice,
Choice.
and that because it's a choice, you can just magically just change it to what you wish. But if that was the case, I feel like most people would be like, well, then why can't I just choose what I want to be?
Yeah. That has certain consequences in life, I assume, like, sports and other, sex specific spaces. And, there's like, if we could just identify it as a different, gender, that might have certain consequences that we could have to deal with. So I'm not sure what else to think about. What are other definitions of gender out there besides the socially constructed definition?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm just kind of reiterating what I've been told all this time, that it's socially constructed. But I think that's a good point you bring up beforehand too, when it comes to sports. We obviously I think since the 1990 in Title IX, we've had we brought up this female sports in the U.S., especially U.S. soccer. Very one of the big things they wanted to kick off. WNBA too, but we are seeing in high school at least that we're seeing that not more. That's a wrong way to put it. But we have seen few examples of men leaving and pursuing and competing in the women's section and dominating outdoor law too. There was a famous example 2 years ago in I believe it was track and field, where two men transitioned to women, and they were just dominating the top of the class. I believe the one of the other runners was on Fox News with Tucker Carlson, saying how it was unfair that based on biology they were far more superior. You look at your lactic acid, look at your bone marrow, see how things are placed. You're able to obtain a lot more muscle, a lot more faster, and maintain it. Versus females that don't have that ability, and it's not because of their fault. It's not because but it's based on how we are constructed, our biology.
Our biology.
Yeah.
I have a question from the audience. Is there any negative results from identifying as a different gender from the sex gender from birth? Like I guess that's one negative result is the women's sports issue. If like males identify as males identify as women, then that could negatively influence the women's sports in terms of fairness, possibly.
Yeah.
Any other negative results potentially?
So one that I have seen. So I have family that does live in England, and we've seen a lot more bigger progressive push over there in England when it comes to be more accepting of young people and getting transitional surgery is what I will say too, and putting more hormones in them out of lot too. So we saw this back, I believe, in 2010 or 2012. Someone could fact check me down there. However, though, the interesting thing we saw, because we saw how much opening they were with being gender neutral, and now we're seeing people that did do the surgery. We're seeing a lot of people regretting it as they grew up older and older. And I think one of the consequences is kids saying that when they're at a certain age, very young, that they feel a certain one way, and as they get older, they have regret, and now they just gone through surgery or put in hormones that are irreversible and gonna hurt them for their entire lives.
Yeah, I think a related topic here is this transgender, ability to do surgeries and like physically change your body to more align with a different gender than what you were born as, or different sex. I think that's the transgender issue. Although if we just had two genders and we just switched back and forth, that's still two genders.
Right.
Is that related to more than two genders, that issue?
So the reason I mentioned before too, why I mentioned before that gender and sex are heavily correlated, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to assume your gender, but I'm assuming that you're also a male. You identify as a male, correct?
Right.
So a lot of us would based on our sex, also are heavily correlated with our gender, but it's only people that are transitioning from one gender to the other that we see that very small, very small category of population do transition, but they transition from one sex to the other is
Yeah.
to feel more accepted in their body. Which I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with being transgender, nothing wrong with identify what you want to, but I do believe there are two genders.
Gotcha. And the reason for that is why? What's the main reason for that?
Like I said before, gender and sex are heavily correlated, and that I do not believe that your environment or society socially constructs who you are as a person. I think you do that, and you do it based on what you're already given based on birth. And I do think there's something that influences you, but not enough to change your entire identity from a man to a woman.
So sex is binary, and gender is highly correlated with the two sexes, and we ourselves individually come up with our own way to be our gender, which is connected to our sex. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Can you repeat that one more time?
So we have two sexes,
right?
And gender is highly correlated with sex. So if we're born as a male, our then masculine gender, is that the right way to say it? Or like, see, if someone is male and female, what's the equivalent of the gender? Like man and woman? Is that the right term?
Is it the right term?
Is it? I think so. Is that what gender applies to? The masculine, feminine,
it
man,
does apply.
woman?
Yeah.
So if someone says they're,
I just want to double check. I don't want to, There's I'm not too sure about the rules when it comes to exactly how to identify someone based on gender.
Yeah. So if you're a male growing up trying to be a man, you how does your individual process relate to being a man? How does that work? Do you think?
Can you repeat the question?
You said something about we do it ourselves. I'd like for you to say more about that. How we?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. So I think what you kind of asking me more is just to clarify about the whole. Because I keep saying that we get how we act is based on our DNA and our biology, correct? So just go more into detail based on that too. So there's this amazing book. Her name is Kim. Anyways, I know I'm smiling, my bad. But yeah, she goes heavily deep in. I really wish I could remember this book. I know I'm gonna get started. I swear to God. Anyways, I know I hate when people do that stuff too. Because obviously, they're like, oh, I already hear.
It's cool.
Anyways, but we see a lot of neuroscientists look at the difference between sex and gender too, and we see how much our actual DNA and our I believe it's gametes in our brain heavily influence the way we act in today's society as a result too.
Okay. Our genes influence our activities.
Well, so let's say for example, you have a fast twitch, you're an athletic guy, you're tall and you're lean as a result too. You have good genes that give you a lot more muscle. You got a nice 6-pack, nice 8-pack. Let's go for example too. You're more likely to become a runner, competing, be more an athletic person as a result too.
Okay.
So the genes that you do obtain kind of do heavy play on what you do in today's society.
Okay, so it's like a genetic determines the ability for some people for some things. Okay, maybe a few more questions. One is it possible for an individual to identify as a non-gender, like no gender?
Or non-binary people?
I guess.
Yeah. So obviously non-binary people, from what my understanding, the people would identify as nothing. And I would say there probably would people that would identify as that too. But I think we can't forget that when it comes to, let's say they are a male, like they probably will have more testosterone. They probably will be able to obtain more mass and would probably have, like if they are an athlete, the lactic acid wouldn't build up as fast as someone who was born female.
Yeah, there's still like genetic stuff going on depending on if you're male or female.
Yeah.
But identifying as non-binary, what does that mean for someone to do?
They're just people who don't identify as any gender.
Yeah. How does I mean, okay. Sweet. Any other questions here? Let me see. Any question that I should have asked that you think is a good question to ask?
Let me think of anything I can actually. I don't think so. I think we kind of covered the bases.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
good stuff
yeah.
to think about. I think I understand your position. Great.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate also having this platform. I'm pretty interested. You guys did it in Echo Park. Very nowadays you see a lot of people call free speech, certain things in free speech hate speech, and try to censor it. So it's kind of cool. You guys are doing pretty controversial topics. I know most people believe there's multiple genders. Most people are a lot of the things you guys argued have some pretty radical left ideas on certain things. So it's kind of cool. You guys have a platform for everybody.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we love the spot. It's very nice.
Yeah.
We usually go to around LA to different places, but we try to be here maybe every Tuesday and Friday. So be on the lookout for us.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And we also like to give whoever we talk to one of those little squishy puzzle pieces if you'd like. The yellow, red, and yellow squishy puzzle piece.
Oh, cool.
And if you see us again, you can come back and get the rest. Just take one, whichever color you like.
I'll take the red one.
Sweet.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you, Christian. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you for doing this, by the way.
No problem.
Have a good one.
You too. Cool.
I think that is I don't know. It's
fun. Let me go ultra wide here. I can't hear anyone on Discord if you're trying to say something.
Good talk, Reed.
No, honestly,
Thank you.
I thought like the Joe Rogan podcast where we go back and forth with ideas, but it was just what I saw, and I thought it was really cool. So it was like pretty cool.
Yeah.
honestly think
Or your idea.
The reason why I chose this gender is because I honestly, I do have my own stand on it. So I'm always curious, what does that even mean, gender? I always hear the same argument, and culture constructed based on where you're around and who influences you too. What does that mean? So, I mean, it was a awesome experience. So you guys had a really cool setup. How has it been so far?
I mean, today or just been for years?
You've been there for years.
He's doing this 4 years, 5 years, something like that. I'm less than a year in.
Did you get one of my cards? You can check out a Twitch clip later on.
Please. I love stuff like this.
I'll share a clip.
I truly do believe everyone knows something that you don't know. So I'm always interested to see what does the other side think. We all live in this weird bubble, right? And everyone has one thing in common. We all think we're right. So I'm always interested to see what other people think because they believe they're truly right. I'm always why do they think that? How do they think that conclusion? What events or ideas were they taught that got to them? So that's ideology.
Yeah.
So this is really cool.
One of our favorite questions is, does believing something wrong feel the same as believing something right?
I would have loved to know that one.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to have another conversation with Dolly and pick another topic?
Yeah, for sure. This is the one I definitely have a lot more evidence that I do believe, but oh yeah.
Hello, Christian.
Hello. Thank you for having me back on.
Thank you. Let's see. So, and obviously you're already okay with being recorded on all sorts of things. So, what kind of claim? What would you like to tell me about? What is the thing you believe that affects your choices?
Can you rephrase that question for me?
I'm looking for something that you believe, something that affects your choices. Like, I believe that water is 1 part oxygen and 2 parts hydrogen, but since I'm not a chemist, it doesn't affect any of my choices. I'm looking for something that you believe where you make choices based on that belief.
Oh shit.
No, but you can tell me anything you had. That's just a primer. If you had
Okay.
one in mind, throw it out.
Like a question or
Anything you want.
I was more understanding like the whole believing something that you know like is wrong is the same as believing something that is right.
Right. We just talked about one of the questions. Does believing something that is wrong feel any different or feel the same as believing something that is right?
I would say the reason why I really wanted to do this question was I used to be a very big progressive left, crazy radical.
Okay.
You know, I truly believed, you know, the right were a bunch of bigots. You should, you know, they were a bunch of like, you know, old, I don't want to get too racist here, but, you know, Caucasian people
Okay.
who knew absolutely nothing. And I truly believed that until I was presented with the other side and facts that incredibly disproved my own opinions.
Okay.
And my own feelings about certain things.
So you became convinced to a different position entirely.
Oh, completely, entirely.
Okay.
I believed that there was a gender gap. I believed that, you know, Republicans were dumb. I believed Obama was a great president. I believed Trump was a huge racist. I believed all these huge notions. I believed capitalism was wrong with everything and socialism was the answer. I believed Bernie Sanders. I believed all that stuff for so many years.
Okay.
And it wasn't until I heard the other side where I was, wow, I'm wrong. Like I was.
Tell me about this.
So college is an interesting place, right?
Okay. Tell me about college.
So everyone goes to college for a variety of reasons,
Yes.
right? But you always hear when you go to college that you're gonna be introduced to new people with new ideas that are gonna challenge your own. That's called culture shock for most people.
Yeah, I would hope. I would hope that's the case.
So I grew up, you know, around here in this area, very progressive. You know, I obviously, you know, growing up, my family supported Obama. You know, I graduated in 2016. You know, Bernie Sanders was coming up. You know, tax of 1%, increase minimum wage.
Yep.
And I was like, hell yeah, this all makes sense. And you know, listening to, you know, mainstream media, you know, channel 11, channel 9, channel 5, channel 2.
Yes.
You know, even you know, channel 7 after, you know, on Fridays. After what would you do? When I saw the other side, I was like, that's not. I mean, that can't be true. So when I first heard about the minimum wage and the pay gap, the gender pay gap, that's when it opened a lot of my eyes because I realized that there is no gender pay gap.
Okay.
I was given a small piece of data that clearly said that there was a gender pay gap between men and women. And while there is a data, an article that is out there too, the interesting part, it combines all jobs of men and all jobs of women, and you see the disparity. Depending on which article you see $33 to the 33 cents to the dollar, 30 cents to the dollar. I've seen it as low as 25 cents to the dollar.
You mean 25 cents less than?
Yes.
So 75 cents. Great.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, just thank you for clarifying for that one too, so for everyone can understand. And then when I saw the other side, that it was no, like you guys are misinterpreting it. It's actually they're including all jobs. And, you know, we know for a fact that men and women we all equally don't have, you know, the opposite job. You know, there's not two doctors, one's a man and one's a woman.
Okay.
We know for a fact that, you know, men are more likely to go into STEM, and that the STEM is higher paying. But we know women are more likely to go into social work, which is lower paying too. So we do see that disparity. When I started to see things like that, I was like, I was actually wrong on this case.
Okay.
But I will admit, it took me a long time to admit I was wrong. Okay. I did just ignore it. I'm just like, nah, whatever, you know.
Right.
And then I saw a YouTube video of Steven Crowder about minimum wage, and I saw how minimum wage was actually a pretty bad thing. How it would actually hurt more people than it helped. How entry-level jobs would be more competitive, and that people like me coming out of high school going to college, I just want to get a part-time job. I'm not competing with people who have work experience that are far more ahead of me. So they can only hire a few people, and who are you going to hire? Some dumb college kid with no experience, or some adult with experience that's going to take it a lot more serious and could be available a lot more.
So I'm hearing minimum wage essentially pushes the lowest value workers out of the job market.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was just ideas like that I grew up believing that, you know, we need to increase the minimum wage, that, you know, there was a gender pay gap, just these ideas I heard my entire life that I never even questioned for a second until I heard the other side that presented me with actual facts versus, you know, this is what you believe, and this is how reality is. And I am Hispanic, and I did believe like all my problems was based on my race, and everything was racist. And even though like I have experienced some type of racism, I have too. Society's not coming out for me because I'm brown. From my experience as of now, like I can do almost anything in today's society. Like it's really great the amount of opportunities I do have. It's just up to me to strive for them too. No one's kind of holding me back.
Good. Glad that's true.
So it was just a weird thing to be like my entire life. I truly believe this until I was presented with actual, with facts and a different point of view, and I was like, this makes a lot more sense to me.
Could you take me down one specific thing, any one of them, and tell me like the specific facts that changed your mind, and maybe how they were presented to you? I'm very interested in how people change their minds.
That's actually a good one. Give me a second to think. I want to give you a good one too. So I guess no. Let me see. When did I? Trying to think of a certain one that was like an eye opening, because it was a slow process. It wasn't like just one moment where everything clicked. It was a slow but long process of just experiences and hear different points of views. And when I was a Democrat, my own party changing slowly, being more progressive. And just realizing like this they don't represent me. So I'm sorry I can't give you one exact example that just changed my mind, but I will admit, like I'm not sure what most people are, but for me it was a slow process.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to truly come to this notion, like, yeah, I'm probably everything that I thought was right was not right.
Okay.
I lived in this weird bubble.
Okay. Let's see. So we mentioned pay gaps. We mentioned cherry pick data to support pay gaps. We mentioned minimum wage. We mentioned Bernie. We mentioned Obama and Trump. I'm trying to think of any of these that trigger something you learned that changed your mind.
You know what? I will admit, so I do like talking to people. Sometimes when you ask so many people questions, they get a little bit annoyed of you, right? And they just kind of tell you off. So one time I was talking to an individual. It was after a poli-sci class.
Yes.
He was a conservative.
Yes.
Right. And I was interested. I was like, I heard so many people. Because I now admit I'm a conservative. Before I was always a Democrat. I'm always like, I met a conservative first time ever on a college campus. I want to ask all these questions, and I was trying to like question him, like, you're wrong on this. Well, you're wrong on this. You're wrong on this. So I can truly believe like I'm not wrong on what I was saying too. And I remember he just told me off, and I asked him about Barack Obama too. Sorry, that's why I brought it up too.
Yes.
He told me, dude, you're telling me Barack Obama was a good president when he deported over 4 million illegal immigrants that came to this country, and then he told me about like compared to other presidents, that was the most ever too. Then when he talked about like this was even before we even amend this country, that there was a divide, but he was saying, dude, you don't understand like the rhetoric and the diction he uses as well too. I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm not sure if you remember after Trayvon Martin, he talked about police brutality and about certain cops, and as a result, five cops in
Trayvon Martin wasn't about police brutality. There wasn't any police involved.
Sorry.
Trayvon Martin, it was a guy, was the neighborhood watch guy.
It was
I'm forgetting his name, but I have his face in my head.
My bad. It wasn't about police brutality, but it was like black people and people of color being oppressed in today's society too. So but when I mentioned police brutality, the reason I bring this up because the next day in I believe Texas, 5 cops were actually shot by a sniper.
Wow.
And many people do argue that it was a rhetoric based on Barack Obama. However, though, like, given the fact that Barack Obama didn't call for someone to shoot cops or, do anything like that too. But that was the first time ever I was introduced to this whole notion of like how, people of color and cops. You know, you always hear it in like songs and crap, but
Okay.
it was the first time ever where I saw like a conservative saying like yeah, like he you know, he made this whole idea that like, you know, cops are, you know, really bad people and stuff.
Oh, Obama.
Yeah, so that's what he was getting to.
Obama supported the idea that cops were bad or evil or something.
So let me try to rephrase
Sure.
to make it more so I don't, you know, butcher my words here, right?
Sure.
But it was the whole fact that back in 2013 with Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman.
Yeah.
George Zimmerman. There we go.
Yes.
That it wasn't based on race, the court case, but Barack Obama made it about race, and then he brought in how because of the gun laws there are very loose.
In Florida, yeah.
Yes, in Florida. That's where.
Yeah, the whole. I think it was a stand your ground.
Ground law.
Rule, where it's like there's. It almost seems like there's these two laws that are leaning up against each other, and you're going to pick one or the other, and that's going to it seems odd. The stand your ground law seems to be conflict with some other laws.
Yeah. So the reason why I also bring in like the division too. I'm honestly he mentioned a lot of stuff. I'm doing a disservice to what he told me too. But
this isn't an assignment. This is just a conversation. Yeah.
But you also mentioned something pretty interesting too, because how much the media did lie to us too.
Okay.
You know, because when that was all occurring too, we saw in 2013. I'm not sure exactly which news organization did it, but when I did believe it was about race my entire life until he showed me the actual facts, that it was an edited clip of the call made in asking from George Zimmerman,
yes,
you know, calling in the cops saying like there's this kid, he's suspicious. You know, they ask a question. You know, they also ask, you know, what is he black? Is he white? And they say he was black, but they edited that part saying what color he was, and he just said, you know, there's this suspicious kid and he's black. And I was like,
I remember this on a show with like Jeff Daniels playing the anchorman it was on a show that was by the same guy who made the White Hat, the West Wing. Anyway, that's not important, but I remember the story as even recreated in a show later on. And yeah, it was about a true situation where in the editing, the way they edited it, it sounded either better or worse, depending on whether they included this one chunk.
Yeah, so it was literally just. I know a lot of liberals do it today because whenever I post something controversial, they always message me trying to ask every question to trigger get at me. But it's so true. Like I asked that kid every question I could think imaginable, thinking like I'm right. He has to be the one that's wrong, even though he had a rebuttal to everything I said. And it wasn't only until like I truly saw for myself the media was lying to us. Everything I thought when I truly researched it or saw the other side or saw that it was nitpicked evidence that like fudge cakes, I'm wrong here.
Okay.
You know, and
fudge cakes. That's a cool term.
Thanks. I try not to cuss too much. Yeah, I say that and like what the fruit.
What the fruit? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, it was and then I started to realize, you know, what does it mean to be conservative at the same time too?
Okay.
You know, small government, lower taxes, more individual rights. You know the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. You know, what does that mean for me? And I've always heard the bad things. But when I started to see, you know, the benefits of why we have those certain things and the way they're set out, you know, especially capitalism, I started to be like, this is actually pretty cool.
So I'm reading a book.
Okay.
Now, because I'm reading a book, it's like if you walk around with a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm applying this book to everything. And this might be completely out of the blue. There's a guy, Jonathan Haidt. He's a social researcher. And he says, if we listen to how people have values on these 6 different zones, we can tell a lot about them. Care versus harm.
Okay.
This is in no particular order. Authority, liberty, fairness. Can somebody help me with the other 2 off the top of my head? Sanctity. And anyway, so of those, I'll get to the other 6th one in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, I see it. Care, harm, liberty versus betrayal, loyalty versus betrayal, liberty versus oppression, authority versus subversion, fairness versus cheating, and sanctity versus degradation.
Mm-hmm.
first of all, do you know what I mean with all those 6?
No, not at all.
Okay. Care and harm is like we really got to care for all the people.
Right.
We want to make sure we don't allow any harm to especially groups that are disenfranchised. Loyalty, betrayal. That's like my team, go team.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're really of this, you gotta stick with it. You gotta support your group even if they're a little wrong sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Liberty versus oppression. I think the libertarians, that would be their thing. Liberty over everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Authority versus subversion. A lot of people have a strong support for authority, and some people like they're not into authority.
Mm-hmm.
Fairness of cheating. So if you do something unfair, that's a real big problem.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are pretty okay with cheating. They think cheating is clever.
Mm-hmm.
And then sanctity versus degradation. That if something is pure, if something is righteous, like a lot of people would be very angry if you treated a copy of their scriptures disrespectfully.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. And that's like a sanctity thing. So with any of those, do you have any favorites with those 6? And maybe you have any of the least favorites?
I kind of liked how you went in order because like, each one I could, really see, at least me and my party for a certain thing too. Authority.
Yeah.
Back the blue. My president. MAGA supporters.
Uh-huh.
And obviously, you mentioned libertarian too.
Libertarians. I think they put liberty above all those other 5.
Yeah, I mean, I do libertarians too, because you do see like with the likes of Nozick, he put a lot of emphasis on individual rights, and I think nowadays too, like you do see conservatives fighting for our certain, our freedom of speech. Let's use that for example too. You see now this whole thing about hate speech, and there's certain things you just can't say, or it gets flagged, or you can't say that because it's insensitive or it might offend somebody. So you just have to, suppress what you might say. That's why I think it comes out too. Just a lot of what you said, like not one stood out, but I can definitely see like, my party appearance on all of them.
Yeah. Jonathan Haidt says that amongst conservatives, all 6 are about equal.
Mm-hmm.
Amongst liberals, they are very into the care, harm, the fairness and cheating, and the authority. And they don't have much. They don't really like loyalty, liberty, or sanctity.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. The libertarians, liberty above all of them. So with those, it seems like Jonathan Haidt would say you are right down the middle, conservative values.
Yeah, sounds about right too. I definitely everything you actually just said. Like I literally down the middle. I couldn't choose one. Like I just mentioned before too. I can see the one with the liberals. Libertarians, obviously, they like Nozick said, like individual rights is above everything else. So I can definitely see that's a very interesting book. Could you also repeat that book, by the way?
The book is called The Righteous Mind.
The Righteous Mind
by Jonathan Haidt.
Okay.
Haidt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a book I'm reading right now, so it's just in my head. I don't know how important it is.
Sounds cool. No, I really do love books that can you can apply them to almost everything.
Yeah.
I'm reading David Goggins' Can't Hurt Us, and it's a self-help book. Just being able to have perseverance. The developmental growth. And it's cool to see books that you can actually apply. Apply to the society and yourself. And see where you stack. So I think that's really cool. You mentioned that.
So just to go along with the format. You used to be pretty sure, I don't know, somewhere in here, that there was a gender pay gap.
Mm-hmm.
And now I assume that you are past 50 down to pretty sure there kind of isn't.
Right.
Could you show me where you were and where you are?
So I was about maybe like 90 to 100% sure there was a gender pay gap.
So up in here,
And now today, I do believe that's about maybe 95 to 90. The reason I'm not at 100% too, because I do recognize at a micro level, there is some type of biases.
Sure.
Whether it become to race or right now we're talking about gender, that can be that can be used as a result to not pay someone too, just for sexism.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll just put it at maybe 99 at that point.
99. Okay.
If it's just
like a little sliver in there.
Yeah.
Because some small, tiny amount of something.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my hypotheticals. What could you learn It's a hypothetical. It doesn't have to be a true thing.
Uh-huh.
But I'm looking at what could you learn tomorrow that would move you closer to 100, closer to this edge of the.
I guess
What kind of data moves you is the question.
I guess for this specific question, because I've studied it so much and seen so many evidence that it doesn't occur, and that we do have laws now. Well, I mean, it's supposed to, it's not supposed to occur, and we have laws now protecting women and against sexism and stuff too. That let's say for the next 10 years.
So I'm hearing that the laws and the system that we have pushed you this way.
Right, and it will get me over the like 1% hunch is like, let's say we never hear in the next 10 years of another count of sexism occurring again. However, when saying that, I can't remember a time where I did hear. I mean, maybe you might something I don't know, but in the last few years, I haven't heard of either a big court case or even a small court case, but someone being paid differently based on their gender and that being allowed to just stay.
Right. I have not heard of that happening at the court level. And I follow about 3 or 4 lawyers online because I'm just interested in how it works. It's just a fascinating process as people do litigiousness. And I haven't heard of any actual cases where somebody was where a corporation was actually being hit up for having a policy of paying somebody differently based on gender. Seems like they're avoiding the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what kind of data could move you the other direction? Not necessarily how far, but just even a sliver like Ting, like here. I guess it would be one of those cases where I mean, maybe it's just the inverse. You find that Jeff Bezos is being sued because Amazon secretly had a policy where they would fire women when they got too much seniority and keep the men on so that they could something.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, yeah, possibly. That could sway me too. I also think it's pretty interesting though. Like, you look at the Eastern Bloc of communist where communism was in the 60s and 80s.
Yes.
Trying to make it equal as possible, and we did see that women got paid equally as men.
Okay.
However, that when they did get pregnant, let's say in Yugoslavia. I mean, I'm not sure that's a good example because Tito was pretty cool and stuff. Not cool, but he was more nicer than Stalin. But we did see that there was still just
the streaming computer that we're operating through is in North Macedonia.
No way.
Which is the place you're talking about.
Cool.
Or somewhere close.
All right, cool. Then I'm sure people there know exactly what Tito is and what I'm talking about too. But we did see
I'll ask them about it later.
Cool. We did see even though he was trying to be.
Yes, that was my producer just saying we have varying opinions on Tito.
Yeah, I bet, dude, I bet. Like I said, he was, I mean, choose between him and Stalin, people would choose Tito, but when it comes to that, he's not pretty much of a nice guy. But even when things were trying to equal as possible, we did see, gender disparity that, men were more unlikely to hire women because after they got pregnant, they couldn't that they would have to leave the job, or they were unlikely to hire them because after they came back, they had 2 years or 1.5 years of maternal leave too. So they couldn't rely on them like they could a man who wouldn't have that same issue too. So I think it's so interesting that we still see that disparity.
Because we don't have paternity leave. It gave the employers an incentive to hire men.
So I think that's so interesting too, just to see that even when things were trying to be as equal as possible, we still saw that things were not equal.
Yeah. Well, I think the difference is paternity and maternity leave.
Yeah.
In that particular case. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for this conversation. I've really enjoyed it.
I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much.
Of course, another puzzle piece.
Oh, really? I got another one? Hell yeah. I can't wait. I'm going to come on Friday or something. Though. Get the last one. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So cool. You've been doing this for 4 years?
No, he has.
Oh, okay.
No, I've been doing this. I've been practicing myself in 18 and 19, and I think I started working with Reed in January of 20.
Okay.
And then we did a whole bunch of online stuff for about 6 months, and about maybe a month or 2 ago, figured out how to be safe enough to be able to come back out and do it in park.
That's smart. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really cool setup. So I guess I really like the fact that it's just literally just free speech.
Yes.
You know.
Indeed.
And, you know, like I said, everyone has a different opinion. It's really interesting to see what other people think. You know, because sometimes they say stuff you've never even heard of.
Would you sit back down, please?
Yeah.
Somebody has a question for them, for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, go ahead. And if you want to, you can type in your contact information here, and we'll send it to you.
Yeah, it'd be great. I have so many questions, you know, especially, you know, during Tito, and especially the wars that occurred after Tito, because we all know for a fact when you after Tito died, Yugoslavia broke up, and we saw, you know, the likes of the Serbs and, you know, the Croats. A lot of, you know, really bad stuff occurred in the genocide that, you know, occurred to a certain group of people. That it was a very interesting time to live back then.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, appreciate that. Thank you so much. I would love to, you know, know more about it. I think more people should know more about what it was like to live, you know, in Yugoslavia, and how Tito operated, and how, you know, people like the workers there were treated.
Yeah, many people consider that the full breakdown of Yugoslavia is still to come, because Kosovo is still under, you know, their land boundaries.
So what are the countries' names that cover that region now? I assume that you're saying Kosovo is not in North Macedonia, and that's like to the northwest of you? And
Kosovo is in the north of North Macedonia, and it's one of the newest countries that is still getting recognized by, you know, year to year by different countries. It is one of the last countries to basically trying to break down, to like leave Yugoslavia or like Serbia. Like Montenegro was the penultimate, and now Kosovo is in the process of leaving the Serbian boundaries and government control, basically.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm spelling that right. Is that a K?
Yeah, mother trucking.
Trucking.
Yeah, and
Lilis.
K-I.
Okay, those are Ks.
Yeah.
Those are Ks. All right, so I'm just going to connect those together till they look like a K to me.
Thank you so much.
K. And that's K-I-K-I.
Yeah.
Okay. All together, and that's Instagram.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm not reading out the emails over the stream. I will send that to you by DM.
Perfect.
Okay. Kimberly, would you either take a picture or type that into DM for FK? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you guys are international.
We are very. It's an all-volunteer organization, so people show up from wherever they are. Here, you can see what we were doing. This is the ultra-wide shots from that one over there.
Okay.
And then while we were talking, we were doing a lot of this one, where you see us in a narrower shot, and we're each in a speech bubble.
Oh, okay.
From these two cameras, and then some of the time, we were doing, when we were talking, just the close-ups of the two of us.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
And this is all going out on live stream at the moment.
Oh, that's awesome. That makes sense. You guys are edited and everything.
Yeah, yeah. Well, our producer, FK, he's awesome, and he convinced me a while back that it was so much easier to have all this set up and do it live than to go back and have to edit this in.
Right.
The time difference is a 5-to-1 difference.
Really, that long?
Oh yeah, editing is
I mean,
so
it makes sense
slow.
because literally, like, I'm pretty sure you guys are here for hours, right? So you guys go back for another few hours because we're already here.
Yep.
Wow, and then nitpick it and everything. That's a long time.
Yeah, as it stands right now, the only editing I do is to clip this conversation out with nothing in the. I don't edit at all in the middle. I just clip the beginning and ending, and drop it as a separate video as well as the big long live stream, so people don't have to watch for 4 or 5 hours to get 2 hours of conversation.
Nice.
Because we're doing good if we get conversations half the time.
Right. How can I ask? Usually, how does it go? How does it go down?
Sure. With
these type of like conversations, is it more like how do they usually?
We endeavor, if we're doing it right, it's very friendly and people are interested in coming back for more. That's our first goal. If that doesn't happen, no other score counts for me.
Okay.
And then if we have good rapport and you'd be interested in coming back, and I've heard you well, and then I can get bonus points if I understood you really well. I also get bonus points if you stop and think about a thing for a bit, like you did. We call that aporia, which is just jargon, but it means to stop and consider.
Yeah.
And so I've got full bonus points on this one.
Nice. Yeah, I mean,
not that it's like a win-lose score. It's just whether I'm doing it right or not.
You both asked some really good questions. With the gender one too. And you know what question I really love too? Like, what evidence or what needs to happen to change your mind?
Yes.
And I never thought about that too.
Right. I did that hypothetical with you, and you probably recognize that it's a very similar question.
Yeah.
What kind of data moves you?
Yeah, and I was thinking like you know what, like what would change my mind?
Yeah.
Because I already had to change before too. Like, what would make me go back on it too?
Uh-huh.
So it was interesting to really sit down and honestly think about it. I'm kind of happy that despite sitting down, I did kind of stick to what I originally said. But it was interesting to really for a second there be like, what would it be?
Yeah.
What would it be?
90% of the change that happens as a result of a conversation like this happens not during the conversation, but after and between.
Right.
People reveal and go, wait a second, and then they reconsider it, and then they move their needle up or down.
Yeah.
And by the way, I get the same bonus points no matter which way you move your needle.
Mm-hmm.
If you move your needle at all, that's a bonus point.
Right.
But it doesn't matter which way. Mm-hmm. Toward me, against me, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I loved it too. I also loved you guys asked us really good questions. And one thing because I have to do debate too. One thing I really loved was asking questions that everyone just likes to throw out their jargon, their knowledge too. But asking questions that make you slow down and truly think. So I really love that question, and I really don't mind. I'm probably gonna steal it from you guys.
Oh yeah, totally. And I do all my stuff Creative Commons. So if you even want to grab this conversation. You are welcome to. If you would like my help in that, you are welcome to hit me up. You get the cards. You can contact us, and we will more than happily help you with things like the audio recording off the mixer or the video recording or the whatever.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, so cool. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This. And I appreciate you guys doing something like this too. As I said, I'm a conservative too.
Yeah.
And on college campuses, like I said before too, they're supposed to be basically challenge your ideas.
Yeah.
But I feel like we don't really. I mean, I don't know where you stand, and you don't have to tell me too.
You are welcome to ask. If you do, sit down so we can hear you.
All right.
But you are welcome to ask my position on any of these things. I'm trying to be neutral so as not to speak for another position, but I'm not trying to be secret.
Yeah. Do you mind if I
Please.
pick your brain? I'm
Sure.
To hear the other side, I'm curious too.
Sure. You're totally welcome to ask any questions you like, and if you like, you can pull him in and ask his questions too.
Awesome. Yeah, for
no
sure.
problem.
I'm curious. So where if you do identify with the party, is there a particular party that best fits you?
I vote Democrat most of the time, but I don't admit to being a Democrat. I would probably, if I had to pick one, be closer to libertarian.
Nice.
That liberty value is really high for me.
Right.
But my problem is I see libertarians in these two camps, one that's very on the right and one that's very on the left, and I don't really see a connecting bridge in between.
Mm-hmm.
I find myself, if you've seen this political map where you have left and right, and then authoritarian versus anarchist over here, I find myself one notch to the left and 3 down away from authoritarian.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm at.
Nice.
We can adjust that. We will adjust that next.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Kimberly, would you move it this way along the table?
One thing I am curious about is what's your opinion on free speech?
I am so in favor of free speech, and I wish that we had fewer restrictions on it. I am very, very disappointed with both extremes, but I see it on the left more of like a cancel culture thing or a warning. No, that idea is too something to be allowed to be spoken of in polite company, and I think that's just corruption waiting for a place to live. I am very pro free speech.
Right. I mean, it makes a lot of sense for the whole libertarian thing, right?
Yeah. I'm consistent.
Yeah, I'm glad so. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree too. That's why I'm really think this is so cool, because I wanted to say that we definitely do see that. So I'm gonna call right. That we definitely see like this thing called hate speech nowadays too, where people want to censor you for certain things, and even though while I might not agree with a certain idea, especially whether it be like something that I know it's absolutely just nonsense and not true. I'm not going to say you don't have the right to say that too.
Good.
I think that we should have a right to say what we want to. And I think as individuals, we will basically decipher, not deceive, we'll figure out what we like and what we don't like, and what's BS and what's the truth.
Yep.
And I don't think anyone should have the authority to tell me what I can and can't say and what you can and can't say. I do believe in the rare exceptions, that we do see nowadays too, where you, let's say if someone advocates for violence,
right,
or the whole fire thing in a public space.
Yeah. I have 3 restrictions on free speech, which I'm very happy about. You mentioned the first one, incitement to violence. The second one would be falsely creating a panic.
Oh, that's a
By
good
the
one.
way, I am allowed to say fire in a crowded theater if it's actually on fire. I am encouraged to do that. Falsely
I would hope so, right?
And then the other one is defamation.
I that's a good one, actually. That's a good one.
Yeah, defamation, the whole libel slander thing. I think there should be limits on that, and mostly I'm happy with those being like, you could be sued. Not that it's not illegal, but you could be sued for it, kind of thing. I like it. I like that defamation is in the. It could cost me money, but it's not going to land me in jail.
I do like that. I just want to add on. I think it's true because we see nowadays how easy it is for people to just say one thing without any consequences as a result, and they don't see the ramifications that has on the person.
Oh yeah.
You just walk away not thinking what you did to this person as a result too. And it's definitely not right that people can just make up these lies without even either knowing you or knowing a small bit of information that they screw up, and they try to hurt you as a result.
Some people, a small fraction of people, I hope it's a lot less than half, will hear a negative opinion and be convinced. They don't need any detail. They don't need any supporting information. Oh, that person's evil? Got it. Wrote that down. And that's a problem.
I think the big problem.
That's a big problem, because that means those people can just be told what to think. Just think. Done. And they're done. And now, and if they're a large enough voting bloc, that could really sway something.
Yeah. Do you believe mob rule is real? Or mob rule exists?
I've seen it happen, yeah. I'm familiar with many cases in history where there were riots and people were broken out of jail. I'm thinking of the Bastille in France. I'm thinking of a bunch of times where somebody was held in a jail and a bunch of other people came and broke them out, or broke them out in order to lynch them, because it goes both ways.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've seen it happen. Torches and pitchforks are real. They happen.
Yeah, it definitely one of the things I do fear is like I said, I mentioned before too, my distrust in the media and the editing that occurs, that we're seeing people with obtaining a small bit of information and just running with it.
Yep.
And how after even because we know for a fact, I mean, this isn't a fact, but there have been studies that most millennials don't read the article, they view clickbait.
Oh, okay.
And we know most people, and for a fact, no one really has the time to sit down and read the entire article. But if you see a certain clickbait, you're gonna probably believe it. And I think it's interesting that we do see, and I see this a lot of time on my Instagram too. People I know this is all those type. It's a fallacy because I know it's my own opinion, but I do see this way too consistently that people do share articles without actually reading the entire article, but because they see a picture or the text of it, they automatically believe that's the case.
TLDR, yeah. I don't think I know what fallacy that would be, but I'll believe you.
It was
the fallacy of it being your own opinion. No, I don't think that's a fallacy.
No,
anyway, that's okay.
But no, you know what?
I don't mean to quibble.
No, you know what? Actually, I think you're right. I think the fallacy I was referring to was like those hypothetical fallacies.
Yeah.
Where people say like, would you like where they just make this stuff up thinking that'll change your mind because they try to appeal to the emotions.
Okay.
I really hate I'm blanking on it because I feel like I'm being fake, but
you're not being fake.
But God willing,
you don't need the names of the things. You're describing them just fine.
Yeah, but can I ask, what does it mean to be a Democrat to you?
To be a Democrat? I don't call myself one. I do end up voting that direction more often.
My bad.
No, that's fine. And I could pretend, or I could think of somebody who calls themselves a Democrat or a Republican and says, well, I've always been a this or that. I think there's a team loyalty there. And if I change my mind now, does that mean I was wrong for that much time? There's sort of a sunk cost fallacy in it.
Oh.
So team loyalty and sunk cost fallacy and like not wanting to be a quitter, not wanting to give up on a thing once you've got it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a big potential fail if we're not willing to shift. I've got jargon for it, calling doxastically closed, which doesn't mean anything to normal. That just means you're closed to information that would change your mind.
Yeah.
And if somebody says, I'm a this, do or die, and I'll never change, okay, I get it. You're closed to new information.
Right.
Maybe we can figure out a way around that, and maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's so interesting because you got me thinking, is that me, because I will admit, like, I am a conservative. I'm very proud to be conservative. I'm very proud of voting for Donald Trump, but it got me thinking, like, shish kebabs. Am I doing this because of my my loyalty? But
shish kebabs. I'm going to remember your swear words. You have great
swear words. Thank you so much. But I will admit, though, when Andrew Yang did run it back, when he announced running for 2018, I was on the Yang gang. Yep. So I will admit that I am open to new ideas.
There you go.
I was very in favor of Andrew Yang.
Me too.
I do.
I didn't think he ever had a chance.
No, unfortunately.
But I was happy about his idea. I do actually think UBI is a good idea.
You know what? I will say, for the amount of being a conservative, I'm not that much, big fan of, big taxes and social programs. I do believe there are some social programs we should have. But for UBI too, I would say I do see the benefits for it, and I do also think that Andrew Yang brought up a good thing that we're ignoring today's society with the amount of jobs being taken away and the amount of jobs that are going to, being more taken away from actual humans and now being done by robots. And it's a big problem that we're not really addressing. That kind of creeping up on us.
Yeah, that problem's been creeping up on us since the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
Imagine how many accountants and people who are computers who are being put out of work by the incredible number of calculations that this little device here is doing for me. That would be trillions of accountants.
Right.
I think the demand and the cost, as long as it doesn't move too fast, we can adapt.
Right.
It's like we're going to have a problem in the next couple of years of having a huge number of professional drivers put out of work, probably by Elon Musk.
I do agree with
full
that.
self-driving is once that's done, the regulators are happy with it. Taxi drivers and truck drivers now are out of jobs.
Yeah.
If it happens really fast, that's going to create some serious, at least short-term unemployment.
Yeah, also take into account too the people that rely on those type of people, like diners in the middle of nowhere that rely on truck drivers to come and eat at these places.
Yep.
So those type of jobs are also going to be affected.
Yeah.
And that income might dwindle as a result too. You mentioned obviously this is going to happen no matter what.
Yeah.
We like or not, since the Industrial Revolution, which isn't a bad thing, but it's a rate which it's going.
Yeah.
And Andrew Yang said by
2030,
like we're already 3/4 of the way there. Self-driving trucks are coming.
Yep.
We're seeing more cashiers, unfortunately, say goodbye, and the ones that are staying are not getting that much money, and we're seeing how much harder it is to actually get into the job market, whether it just be an entry-level job nowadays.
I've heard many people talk about the future about exponential growth curves.
And
of course, that's where the problem comes in, is when the change happens so fast we can't adapt to it.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting too because we always think it's it's just a little guy that's going to happen to. It's just some college student. It's just someone who's working some dead end job. They should go to college and stuff. But what's interesting too, we're also seeing it in the law professions.
Okay.
You know, I read this awesome article in 2010 to 2018 or 2019. We saw about 19% of law jobs be taken away. Someone can fact check me, by the way, too.
Okay.
But
Yes, please.
Yes, please. I don't want to say anything that's not correct, but we did see that the way that we do see certain types of laws.
Kimberly, would you move this thing that way?
We do see certain type of laws because very few lawyers actually go to the courtroom right away. Very few.
Right.
So a lot of them are just reading and all that stuff too. We did see text.
Yeah, most court cases don't go to court. Most court cases are worked out ahead of time.
Exactly. We are seeing certain lawyers be taken out because they don't need them to do all that simple readings and look up certain terms and their basic jobs of what they went to law school to further information too. So I do believe this divorce lawyers and people that get into accidents are still going to be there, but for other laws, we're going to see a very interesting shift.
Yeah.
To those people who still have a lot of debt from their law degrees, what happens to them and what happens to the debt they have to pay off?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be a huge shift for them because they've taken on a huge risk on their own, their whole career.
A huge risk, and
it's like the risk a doctor takes. What if we all go to single payer healthcare? I think doctors' peak wages go way down, but they're maybe if we do this, we also have to have a program to pay back medical education debt. If we do that, we might have to look at both sides of that.
I think we definitely would, only because how else would they pay? We see a lot of people who do their residence. They don't pay back student loans. They allow the interest to accumulate because once they actually do become, let's say, a surgeon, they can easily pay back off everything they made. But
right.
We do see go to that way.
If they win big, if they win the lottery, but it's obviously a much better chance than the lottery.
Yeah.
Maybe even the halvesies.
I mean,
are you going to become a good, successful surgeon? Maybe half the time, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very difficult profession to actually go into.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what's your take on which candidate from the left or even the right or libertarian would you say represents you?
Which candidate represents me? Well, I voted for Biden, but I had a wide open choice of two. I had Trump or Biden. I like Bernie a lot.
Cool. Can I ask? What about Bernie exactly?
When I went down along his list of policies, I was in agreement with him more often than the others.
Okay.
I mean, Bernie with a side of Yang would have been perfect.
Yeah, we would be able to build create a lot of jobs and find a way to pay for a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, maybe if what they had in mind was feasible.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in neither case did I see their careful math, and I really like playing with spreadsheets and math. I'm very mathy.
Cool.
And neither one of them showed me their homework. They didn't show their work. So, neat ideas. I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, definitely wondered too. It would have been interesting to see how that Bernie Sanders would have played out. Getting rid of student debt. Increasing minimum wage to $15. All teachers making $65,000 or $45,000 nationwide. Someone can fact check me on that again, by the way.
Okay, so setting up a minimum teacher has to be paid at least this much.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, I mean, it would have been interesting to see some of the policies. Is there any other policies that definitely stood out for you for Bernie Sanders?
See, I'm trying to remember back 6 months ago at the primary, because basically at the end of the primary I was like, okay, well, this is my choice. This is what I have left.
Yeah.
I'm very pro queer, and I have a husband and 2 wives.
Nice.
So of the candidates, he seemed very pro queer. So he's in my camp. That kind of thing. I think along that care harm value, he really hit me on the care harm value and fairness.
Cool.
I think that's why. It wasn't one particular policy. It was like looking at the whole set of them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
We are hitting low sun angle. We'll adjust.
It's totally if I understand. But
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, I do have a lot of family that are do support Bernie Sanders, and when we do mention policies, we can go down the list and debate either one. But we also do see about a character and care.
Yeah.
And representation.
Yeah.
In politics too. So I can definitely see why someone would side for that, because I feel like more for certain people there's more of an emphasis, and for other people that doesn't have that into their lives, they wouldn't be affected as much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a little hard for me to know whether I would be very much directly affected. Personally, or if I'm really, I might be expressing loyalty for my tribe.
Right.
This might be I'm looking for his help with people that have had problems I've had in the past. Maybe not problems I'm having now. I don't get much pushback. It's like you don't experience very much racism for being brown. I don't experience very much nastiness because I'm queer.
Right.
Life's pretty good in 2020 for that.
Nice. I hope you don't mind me asking this, but what is it? What exactly does it mean to be queer? Like,
queer is just kind of a blanket term for being in a sexual minority.
Okay.
Yeah. It's there's lots of words for each of the sexual minorities, and I fall into a couple of them.
Cool.
And so I'm just using queer as a generic term, rather than trying to spell out LGBTQ and then look it up to see which other letters I'm missing this week.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm really, really annoyed at the queer community for continuing to try to add letters. I think it is euphemism creep gone crazy, and I think it's playing into the hands of people who don't like it, because then they'll be constantly saying, well, all you're trying to do is then you leave enough letters open for pedophiles or something like that. And it's like,
I'm curious. Also, real quick, I'm just curious too when it comes to like the whole queer thing. That's really cool, you guys. I feel like it's terrible saying this, but because I heard growing up too, queer is an offensive word, right?
Yeah.
So
it's a reclaimed word.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, you guys were like, yeah, call us that too. We'll just accept it at this point too.
That's right. And proudly. And there's a bunch of them, but I don't need to go through all of them. They bring up too many things.
Yeah, it's really cool. I don't say that because
and if you call me any of them, I will smile and nod.
That's really cool because we did see that a lot when it came to like the Confederate flag. We saw in the South that African Americans were actually taking the Confederate flag and putting it on their trucks too, to actually take away the symbolic racism part.
Nice.
Notion of it too, being like this doesn't stand for racism. This stands for the South.
Right.
So
okay.
It was taking away the power for this is racism versus.
Hey, if you can change the meaning of it, then bring it on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Totally.
I'm curious. I'm not sure if you know too much about this too, only because I talked to him about this, but the whole thing about the two genders.
Yeah, two genders.
Yeah, I'm curious. Someone who I sound like such a jerk because I feel like I don't know as much at it too, but like, do you believe there are two genders?
I believe there are at least two genders.
Okay.
I believe there's something like male and female, or man and woman, or something like that. Whatever words you want to use for it. And I firmly believe that there are some people who think they don't fall into those categories. And I'm willing to say, I don't want to argue with you. If that's your identity, I'll call you whatever you like to be called.
Right.
I'm totally into that. And I am slightly annoyed that the best word I can be given for an alternate gender is either a made-up word that doesn't actually mean anything, or non-binary. I would really like a positive word that actually describes what this is. I don't like words that are defined in terms of what they're not. So I want a better word. I don't want to reject the idea. I want them to give me a much clearer word.
I'm curious, what's your take like what is gender?
I think gender is the external parts that we are allowed to show in society that helps us to select a mate if we want to breed.
Mm-hmm.
We have lots. First of all, we are absolutely not allowed to show our genitals. Think of the children. Okay, so we can't actually get the direct information. So we have to work off secondary information, like a beard.
Right.
That's pretty solid. Not to say that it's 100%. I know women with beards, but it's the rare case. Breasts, shape, all the different kind of thing. And then we have an entire series of clothes and all that kind of thing. So when you're expressing, once you've hidden the genitals, the rest is, are we making the carpet match the drapes? Are we making the social acceptance of the clothes or the way I walk or the way I talk the same as my genitals?
Mm-hmm.
And for some people, if I don't, that's dishonest.
Okay.
And whereas if I really felt like I wanted to be portrayed, I want to portray myself in society according to one side or the other, and it doesn't match my genitals, now I call myself trans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I want to let people express themselves any way they want to. And I've heard this thing like there's more than two genders.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to bend over backwards to accept people's definitions for terms that they use.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say, okay, and I still want to ask for better words because I don't like the words that are being used. I think they're non-descriptive and they're argumentative.
Nice. I mean, interesting. Like we both have criticisms of it, but it kind of comes from like different. I mean, somewhat similar because you're all about being more descriptive, and I'm more about just what is it? Because what I hear is gender is socially constructed, and I'm always like, what does that exactly mean?
But everything's socially constructed, so why do you bring that up?
You know,
the number 2 is socially constructed. So
yeah, like
that I call that duck a mallard. That's socially constructed. So
yeah, I mean,
yes.
When it comes to that, like it makes me be like, that doesn't seem right. Like I can easily like I can be like that definition doesn't like really sound correct to me, and I can use examples as to why. So that's why I'm always like, if gender is socially constructed, then it would disprove my own opinion of it that
all words are socially constructed.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a hammer that hits.
Yeah, that's why I'm always like I mean, if that's the case, I'll stick to the whole two genders thing.
Yeah, to say just a social construct, and I say fine, but what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean it's less important to people? The words Democrat and Republican are very much just a social construct,
right?
But they do mean things to people. Let them have their labels. Absolutely.
I mean, I think because I do consider myself, somewhat libertarian because I do believe in limited government. I do believe in individual rights, and if I do believe some government should be there as a law too. So I'm all like, you do what you want. That's totally fine too. But I feel like once it starts to, you're basically telling me that I'm wrong, and the definition or the answer you're explaining to me doesn't match up with what I already believe in, and I can already disprove it. I'm like, you know what? Like, no.
Definition is wrong, and you can disprove it. Definition be wrong.
So basically, when we both talked about the criticisms of gender being socially not being socially constructed, right? So basically, if I say that I'm an apple because I feel like an apple because society got me to be like an apple too, am I an apple now?
He's an Apple user. Oh, sorry, I'm an Android user. No, that's not what you meant. Well, if Apple is a team you identify with,
like by all means,
are you a Dodger fan? Are you a fan of Star Wars?
Yeah.
If that's a label you want to hang on to, I respect that.
Yeah, by all means, I feel like the libertarian in me would be like, you do you. Like that's totally fine. But I feel like the second that you start to creep on and tell me like I'm wrong and that I need to believe this, and where you're telling, and then I'm like, I have some questions about that, like what about X, Y, and Z, That's where I'm like, like by all means, like
if I need to believe it, please give me the reasons to think so.
Yeah,
that's where I come from.
Yeah,
I need to believe this because if I don't, that'll be me committing violence on you. No. No.
Yeah, I think you said it a lot more better than I did as a result. Like I can say as a result, like that's a good transition. But yeah, you said it a lot more better than I did.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's good feedback. I appreciate that.
Did you see
Yes?
FKs?
Invite him to Discord. Invite him to join us on Discord.
Invite him to Discord. Yes. Kimberly, will you? Oh wow, I totally had this.
Thank you.
Yes, we would like to make sure we give an invite to you to talk to us on Discord. We're on Facebook and we're also on Twitch, but more importantly, we are in a text chat and a voice chat on Discord on the Street Epistemology server. So yeah, so if we send it to your IG, that's Instagram?
Yes.
Okay, we will make a note to send you proper invitations to all this stuff.
Thank you so much. That'd be great. I would love to also hear what other people say. Like I said, everyone knows something that you don't know. So I would definitely love to just hear the other side.
Yes, I hear somebody saying thank you is a social construct. It's still nice. Let's see. Somebody jokes, I am a flat earther and I identify as rational. That's just off.
That's a good one. I'm gonna remember that one.
Yeah, somebody mentions hashtag free the nipple. Let's see. Yeah, you're totally welcome to read back in this text. There's a lot of conversation going on between the people.
Nice.
Talking about they keep making jokes with each other, and that works out.
Cool.
They're allowed.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, once again, I just want to say thank you for doing something like this too.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'm a really big fan of the First Amendment right, and being on college campus, I definitely do see my own First Amendment right being challenged. Very big time too, especially being a conservative that we're basically told to shut up, and now we're seeing other people who just who aren't even a conservative being told the exact same thing too. And I definitely fear like we need to have, even if they're wrong, have these other opinions out there too. Everyone should have a right to say what they wish. We except with very, very few exceptions.
A few very specific exceptions, so we can understand. Yeah. I think when the authority value goes way above the liberty value, that's what you're going to get. Restrictions on speech and communication.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, and thank you, Christian, they say.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the conversation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you guys once again.
Is she cold? I look cold.
Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna figure out the chicken part.
We're doing that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes, I will help you with the shade.
Oh yeah, it's bad. It's a bad thing. And let's see. What is it going to take? It's going to take being out here.
We can't anchor it.
I think they're just the sun's going to be too low anyway.
Yeah, we can't take it away from the table. As it is, this one's a little tippy.
Okay. Probably just
Okay.
Yeah, I would be in a human shade.
Yeah, that was good. That was wonderful. How are we doing for time? Oh, look at that. We're almost done with our 4-hour stream. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 36 minutes.
Another half hour or so.
Yep.
Somebody else.
And you are up.
I'm going to stand up, stretch, and juggle. Trying to get us some more people. And I am so
Seems like it's been quite successful.
And I see that I have a great big old rip in my pants.
Oh no!
Luckily, it's not one of those immodest locations. Free water.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Seems it's been quite a successful one.
Yeah. He was super interested, very opinionated, but also very open to hearing other perspectives. Curious. It's really good.
Would you like me to move this?
Sure.
Now I know what this hat's for.
As a hat.
And then we have the standard issue with the boats is you can put a hat on, but it doesn't help from the sun hitting coming up from the water. You can get a sunburn with a broad rimmed hat. Thank you, Harry. Yes. Thank you, Hells Bells. Yes, 1 in the morning. Got work in the morning. Good night. This will be on YouTube waiting for you should you want to review it afterwards. And I will also, oh, sure, unmute the room. Hells Bells is quite impressed with your poker face.
With my poker face?
Yes.
Even with the mask on?
Well,
it's even more of a poker face, I assume.
She says she was reviewing a lot of your videos on your channel lately.
Oh, those, okay.
So that lots of opportunity to see you without masks.
Cool.
Did you wipe down?
I didn't yet.
There's a headphones on your head.
You're right. I didn't. I will do that right quick. I'm not protecting myself enough.
Yeah. Yep, the Discord is now unmuted. Feel free to give any feedback.
Yes, if you speak up in the chat, it will go out to the stream. We do have it edited to it won't go out on the speaker here in the park, just because we don't want strange conversations that nobody can see where it's coming from showing up in the park. But otherwise, it goes out on the live stream just fine. If you would like to talk with us, we are so happy to speak with you on any family appropriate topic.
What happened? Sorry.
Nice. 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 Yes, we are in Los Angeles. This is Echo Park, very close to downtown Los Angeles. If it were not for the relatively tall palm trees right in that direction, we would be looking at the LA downtown skyline right in that direction. This is north, that's south. A drone for drone shots. Oh.
I have one.
All right. Well,
Sold to the
what does
production
it
deal.
take to live stream a drone?
It connects to your phone or your iPad as like
Okay.
the monitor, and then you can stream from that. I've done it before.
Nice. Yes. I just need duct tape. Yes. Yes, Hells Bells. We way need more female SEs. It is way too white and masculine and gray around in these parts. I am personally overrepresented by 3 or 4 times. I ain't stopping though.
Yep. We want viewpoint.
I want to increase diversity, but not by reducing me in it.
Yeah. Would love some viewpoint diversity and old-fashioned diversity.
Uh-huh. Oh, excellent.
Oh, Harry. Cool. Hello. Any opinions on any of those questions for a quick interview if you'd like? Nope. Well, if you need financial assistance to do SE, we do have a nonprofit.
Yep.
We've given Dolly like almost $1,500 at this point or so.
Yep.
So
yep, they just paid for this table and chairs, and they have been ongoingly paying for this data account, this one here. I pay for that one, that's my normal one. And the SEI has been incredibly kind in their support and has made this hobby cost me 1/3 of what it would have otherwise cost me to do. Not counting the labor time, just talking about the out-of-pocket expenses.
Yep.
SEI bought, oh no, these are Reed's microphones. SEI bought me one of these microphones.
2 of them. Or
no,
or just one?
Just one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
When I first started out, I spent about $1,200 to $1,400, and I hadn't produced anything. So SEI's policy is kind of like they want to see you producing something. So they gave me $200 the first go around, and then I've had 2 other grants since then.
Yeah.
Of increasing values just to pay for specific items.
Yeah.
I want to be very, very careful not to ask for something that would give me a profit motive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the way I want to operate. So I will review your first with Christian. I was not able to hear so well, and I was also talking with the lady he was walking with, and they're both conservative and in political science in college.
Cool.
I think going to Mount Sac.
Okay.
And she was saying she was in the journalism department at Mount Sac.
Nice. Hello.
Yep. So Harry,
cool.
The COVID situation over there in the UK. These kinds of hand sanitizer on the table and.
What was that, FK? Oh, we lost.
Hey Harry, so COVID in the UK, how is that related? How is that relative like how it's happening in the US? It seems like almost out of control here, and we are hoping that things like wiping things down with hand sanitizers and using these kinds of things and using masks and having a table that's at least gives us at least 2 meters away, and that I'm hoping, really hope that these are sufficient practices And I wonder if they would apply and be acceptable in the UK to be doing this kind of thing in public there. Do you think that the opinions there? We've gone into a second lockdown. Oh my.
Oh no.
Oh wow. Okay.
Online SE then.
Yeah, lots of online essay. On Thursday night, I'm giving a talk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have an online talk at a virtual speaking engagement, and the topic that they asked for was street epistemology online and in person. How is it different? How is it the same?
Oh, who's doing that?
I have to look at my. I remember the name of the person. Lazarus is my contact, and I'm trying to remember that it's in Washington State.
Okay.
Probably like Free Thinkers of Washington. And I'm sorry, I'm just not remembering the name of the group in the moment, because I've been so focused on the topic. Yeah, the question of I mean, I know I have a Zoom room link. I don't remember the name of the organization. Anyway, it's been very interesting. My own education in street epistemology is
Any
as much online
opinions
as
on these topics? We're doing some interviews today. Feel free to sit down and chat if you'd like.
I will wipe off my stuff so it's nice and clean for you.
If you're interested. Okay. No, he's not.
Okay. All right. I would like help finding an official route to have a table with chairs and in a public space. Ah. I wonder how that's similar to here. For us, we've been frankly being pushed out a little bit by Film LA because we apparently qualify under their no $600 for you, no filming for you. You haven't paid us $600. You may not pass go.
Yeah.
And as a result, rather than going through those hoops, we have moved here to a park where they don't seem to mind. One example that they don't seem to mind is that we have a homeless encampment circling this from along the west coast all the way from almost the south end to well up in the north end, and there's quite a bit up in the north end. Homeless encampment.
It's like maybe 100 tents or something or more.
Yeah, it's a lot of people, and I want to call them out. The place looks fantastic. The place looks so free of litter.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's being really good neighbors, and that counts a lot for me here. Down in MacArthur Park, which is an hour's walk that way, a little bit south and a little bit west.
Yeah.
It looks terrible. It looks ridiculous. Big piles of trash and junk and garbage just spilling over onto the sidewalk. And they've got a bunch of homeless folk there. And I'll tell you, I that's the kind of thing that gets the wrong attention.
Yeah.
So
seems to be a lot of trash cans here, so they must have that service fairly often.
Yeah, I've also seen that the homeless folk here are actively policing policing butts, not policing people. Actively policing the trash.
Okay, good.
It's a good thing.
That duck is so friendly. Just hanging out.
Oh yeah, she knows about it.
He knows the chip guy will give him some chips every now and then.
Oh, okay.
And he's figured out that if he hangs out looking cute,
You need to give him a nickname or her, I guess.
Are you misgendering that duck?
I think I am misgendering the
I
duck.
am.
Yeah.
It's a girl.
It's a girl.
Yeah, it's my
She'll
opinion
take
that's a girl.
food bribe to get over it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Right.
She sees people.
Yeah. Yeah. Pushy little duck. Are those salted? Oh, good. She has non-salted pecans. Duck's gonna get a treat. That's a nice treat. Yep, right out of her hand. Right out of her hand.
So used to people.
Yeah. Well-trained duck.
Oh. This is frozen. Refresh.
You asking anybody? Oh.
Not that camera. Bad camera. There we go.
Yep, we are back. No. It was frozen on our end.
Yeah, it was frozen on my end for some reason.
Okay, so somebody had asked me before our third session with Christian to Steelman a thing, and I want to find out what that was. A cloth on. Yeah, I see. I'm going back and seeing maybe there's a way to have a cloth on the reflection on the table. It wasn't the table reflecting; it was this water directly off the water, which we could probably figure out a way to block. Though I'm thinking that it might also be for like 10 or 15 minutes during the day that's going to be an issue.
Let me see if I can do something with the color.
Okay.
Saw the squirrels there.
Where was that?
Yosemite.
Okay, I'm just going to search this live show text because I'm scanning back and not seeing the term Steelman. So here goes. Steelman in channel live show text.
I don't have those options.
Okay. That might be something that FK needs to do on his end, Dad.
Yeah, he could do it on OBS.
I want to see if OBS can change the color temperature on one of the cameras enough to try to synchronize them a bit. Sure. Take whichever one is cooler and make it warmer. Okay, so I don't actually see the word steelman back in here. So maybe somebody can help me. I saw in
Any
the
opinions
text.
on those topics? No. Okay.
Somebody asked in the text, and I'm not finding it now, about something about steel manning somebody's position. And immediately we got into a further conversation with Christian, and I never followed up on that. And I wish to follow up on that.
Very persistent.
Three minutes until 4 hours.
Okay.
I think that'll do it for me.
Okay.
Any opinions on these topics for an interview?
Doing free water and free speech. I am extremely satisfied with today's live stream.
Yeah.
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 I think more than 50% of the time talking is almost in diminishing returns. Not to say as I would reject it if there were interlocutors just waiting in a line, that would be okay with me.
Yeah.
I think the effort to go from 50 to 100 is diminishing returns.
Oh yeah. And those times.
Also, I see for the interlocutors, if they actually had to wait, that would be
Not ideal.
Way not ideal.
Yeah.
But there's two of you here. They wouldn't have to wait.
Yes, it is. It's difficult. Okay, well that's fine. I wonder how much of the difference is old Google Pixel phone versus moderately new iPhone.
Maybe something to do with it.
Yes. I'll go look. I'll go look on both.
I don't know. There was actually one time I did get pulled over on the sidewalk, but it was because I was. But like, I feel like it was
Getting chilly, really chilly.
Yeah. I was like.
And windy.
Oh, I got sucked into the camera.
Would have been a nightmare. I don't
No, cranking that down doesn't bring the light back, right? I like it. All right, so my report is, yes, 4 hours. My report is that on the Android old Pixel phone, I have more options when I hit the settings gear. And it includes color temperature, which allows me to set a color temperature. If normally it's set to 0, which would not make any sense. Which I think if it's set to 0, that would be like an automatic. And then if I set it to an actual color temperature number, like I would expect right now for it to be about 6,000. Actually, maybe it'd be closer to 4,500 anyway. I set to, 0 temperature. During the golden hour, it would go down to around 4,000, and now we're back up to like 5 or 6 because we're only getting reflected light from the blue sky, and we're not getting a red sunset. Middle of the day, I'm expecting it to be about 5,500. And that's something that was set to 0. So at least on the Android, I have some adjustment. So I expect I will be able to coordinate the ultra wide shot with the wide shot. So I suspect those lights optimally would have to be at something like this kind of distance to be useful.
Yeah.
They're also very daylight colored, so we might have to get some like that's going to help quite a bit at that distance. And if I just have one of them,
maybe stick them on top of the microphone. Something.
I bet. Yeah, definitely cold. But I do have some adjustments. So let me see. I'm just going to play with this one and see if I get what I like. Kimberly, would you sit in for me? You guys heading home? Okay, we're going to go pokey. That's great.
Pokemon.
She needs walking. I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to try to give her a moderately warm look. Okay, so that's my setting for this one, and now on this one, no, go ahead, stay right here.
Okay. Can you?
I'll just replicate the.
Can you put it on top of here on the middle? Yeah, perfect.
And now
that definitely helps on read.
I'm going to take the color temperature and push it up higher. It'll get warmer the higher temperature I interpret it as. So if I tell it at 6,000, it'll look warmer. And then in this case, I'm going to drop some of that exposure compensation to, yeah, about like that.
Okay.
And that's how I would do an evening shot.
Yeah, it does something. Cool.
Now that's only one-sided, so it's almost as if I'd want to throw another one over here.
Maybe on top of here.
More distance.
Yeah.
And yeah, it could be direct on the front, but more to the side preferred. But and if we think this works, I'm just buy more of these. These are actually just the ones I use at home. So
something more powerful would be ideal. But I don't know.
Yeah, the downside of more powerful is right now they're about 4 watts.
Okay.
And when you go over 4 watts, you suddenly USB can't power it. 4 or 5, 6, 8 watts, something like that. Now I have seen some that are ring lights, specifically made for this kind of thing.
You don't need that.
And I don't think I'm actually not that happy with ring lights because as a photographer, I really hate the flash right on the camera. I really hate lights coming right from the camera.
Yeah.
I think it makes people's face flatten out. I just don't prefer it. Anyway.
Well.
Yeah, not so much with ice. Agreed.
Wait. SK was talking. Here.
Yes, go ahead. No, it's probably automatically adjusting, and then I'm just compensating up. I suspect what you're getting there is not a fixed exposure, but a relative exposure. A tad less exposure compensation, so closer to 0, I guess. Yep. The steps are in f-stops. So we have been operating at as much as 0.83 f-stop above, and right now I think we're at about 0.5.
Okay, how's that?
It's better.
Yeah, the autofocus on this one bounces a lot. I'm very likely to switch this tablet out for another one of my tablets to see if I'm happy with that. Exposure is low, he says. Oh, you can hear it. And I think we're fiddling and then we're breaking down,
Okay.
like almost now.
I can probably wrap up the stream.
Yep. Thank you all for coming. If you go to the guest plug.
Got it.
So the guest plug, this is Cordial Curiosity's channel. This is Reed. If you don't know Reed and you are subscribed to my channel, I don't understand. I don't know how that happens. So check out Reed, Cordial Curiosity. He's 100 times bigger than I am in very round numbers.
Recommended.
Highly, highly recommended. So now recommended videos. These are the 5, my 5 most recommended street epistemology channels on YouTube. You'll notice the Cordial Curiosity is right there in the middle of them. And this is part of a much longer list of 15 or so that are promoted videos on my YouTube channel. And then
Website,
yes. So if you're really into this method of street epistemology, you can't see my shirt, then I suggest going to streetepistemology.com, where they have gathered the community's resources in a easy to use way, and it has links to the Discord and to the Facebook groups and to the blog and to the SE podcast, in case you like your SE stuck directly in your ear without all this video getting in the way. The SE podcast is a wonderful what's it, about twice a week?
About that, yeah.
About that. Twice a week, they put out audio podcasts on this topic all over the place. Sometimes it is direct vanilla SE, like we're doing. Sometimes it's discussions about interviews, all sorts of things like that. So the SE podcast, awesome. And that's brought to you by Street Epistemology International, which is, for example, bringing one of the data lines that is supporting the show, things like that. Okay, and then we don't have to go to the title screen. Thank you for coming to this Vanilla SE in the Park. We've really enjoyed having you. Hopefully you've enjoyed at least parts of this. And if you want more of this, I think we're doing this again on Friday. If you would like to be a guest on my show for regular live streams, or maybe talking in between Elinkus when we're in the park, or any of those kind of things, all I ask is that you be articulate, polite, willing to show your face, and willing to talk on a topic in or about street epistemology. If so, I really look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Yep. And for all my social media out there, thank you for watching. We'll be back on Friday. Thanks, everybody on Discord. We will see you later. Thanks.
Round of applause. Thank you. Woo-hoo-hoo.
And thank you for FK.
Thank you, FK.
What am I gonna do?
Tip your producers.
Oh my God.
So this one got to 37%. Would you check that one?
Do I stop the recording on the mixer?
Yes. Just hit the stop button.
Oh my God.